3, 2, 1. And now UCI bin up into the mountains.
It's the race that measures all. It is the Absa Cape Epic. Welcome to coverage of stage number 6 of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic in cloudy and wet Wellington. We've had it all this week. We've had intense heat, we've had wind, very dry trails, and now very wet trails. Hello, welcome to Val de Vie Estate, which is the venue for the grand finale of the Absa Cape Epic, which takes place in a day's time, and it is going to be fascinating how today unfolds. Anneke Langveld is alongside me, as well as Neil Gardner. Welcome back to a wonderful position to be in, because we're sitting here nice and dry, but on the start line it'll be wet and cold for the riders today. Anneke, a challenging day.
A very challenging day ahead for sure. This will be a shock to many of the riders. We had pleasant weather a lot of the days, and now it's cold and it's wet and it's very different.
How did you deal with that?
Well, actually the hardest part was the time leading up to the gun went off. Once you're out there, you kind of deal with everything that happens, but it's all that waiting, standing around in the cold and the wet. That's not a good start to the day. But as soon as you get going, everything kind of runs more smoothly.
Yeah, some riders love this sort of challenge, and they relish the extraordinary battle with it, but others just shy away from it, Neil. So those who love it will shine today.
Well, there's so many factors that influence the racing at the Absa Cape Epic and in mountain biking in general, and the rain will play a big role today. We predict that the riders who are specialists in this realm and in this terrain will really enjoy it and certainly make it count for themselves and take the opportunities.
Right, it's going to be fascinating to see how it all unfolds. We'll bring you that detail shortly, but we're going to look back at what was an incredible day of racing yesterday. On stage 5, an out and back loop from Wellington, 2,900 meters of climbing at just over 90 kilometers. It was a serious challenge.
The Absa Cape Epic is one of the toughest and most prestigious mountain bike stage races in the world. Over the 8 days, teams of 2 traverse the spectacular Western Cape, starting in Cape Town and ending in Val de Vie in Paarl. The riders will cover 620 kilometers and climb over 15,000 meters. The racing attracts Olympians, world champions and national winners, and it is also open to brave, keen amateurs completing the challenging course. Today is stage 5, and the teams are feeling the distance in their legs with 378 kilometers completed so far. The profile of today's stage is a jagged saw blade. It's a brutal day and could easily have been the Queen stage. The riders leave Wellington and head through the local vineyards before the lengthy Haverkar climb, and then it's through the mountains to the Alpe d'Huez climb and Full Monty descent, as they're dubbed. It's just 84 kilometers, but a massive 2,900 meters of climbing. At the start line in yellow, Team 91 Songo Specialized, Matt Beers and Jordan Saru. Their opponents for today's stage are the top 4 teams in the overall ranking. The all-German Team Bulls 2 with Simon Stiepjan and Martin Frey. Trek Pirelli with the 2 Italians, Samuele Porro and Fabian Ravensteiner. And the Buff Scott MTB team of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. The UCI Elite Men category leave Wellington for the first time. Today's stage will be one of the toughest this year, with the most amount of climbing. The weather could also come into play, with a forecast not favourable for racing. On the women's start line, currently in third, are Faces CST with Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill in the Africa Leaders jersey. In second are Team Salusmed with Ariane Luthi and Robin de Groot. And in the Orange Zebra Leaders jerseys are 91 Songo Specialized, Sina Fry and Laura Stigger. The start gun goes and they're off. The weather has been threatening to rain for the whole morning. But for now it's just staying cool, a real benefit for the riders coming from the Northern Hemisphere. Early on in the men's race, the top 4 teams in the general classification make up the leading group. Steve John of Team Bulls 2 is obviously feeling strong today and makes the pace. 2.5 hours into the race, none of the top teams have managed to break away as they fly through the Fynbos-lined rocky African terrain. They all hit the legendary climb named after Alpe d'Huez, and it's still Steve John for Bulls 2 leading the pack. Trek Pirelli and Specialized in yellow are in the middle, but it's Becking and Diaz that come from behind with a decisive attack. Becking goes all in and takes the lead, closely followed by Diaz. Buff Scott clearly have designs on a win today. They take the lead on the dual tracks, positioning themselves for the coming single track of the technical terrain and the descent known as the Full Monty. Steve John has the legs to follow, but Fry doesn't have the pace today. Buff Scott and Art in front, exposed on their own, with a 1 minute and 18-second lead going into the Full Monty descent. With just 10 kilometres to go, 91 Songo Specialized, Bulls 2 and Trek Pirelli have their work cut out in the race for second place. After 84 kilometres and 2,900 vertical metres, Buff Scott MTB take home their second stage win in a row in just under 4 hours. 1 minute and 32 seconds later, Team Bulls 2 win the sprint finish for second place, and 91 Songo Specialized come in third. Jordan Saru and Matt Beers from 91 Songo Specialized are third on the podium today. Bulls 2 with Simon Stipjan and Martin Fry in second, and Buff Scott MTB's team Hans Becking and Jose Diaz are the winners of Stage 5. Saru and Beer stay in the Zebra Yellow Leaders jerseys after exactly 19 hours in the saddle with a lead of 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Team Specialized have a significant lead of over 17 minutes in the general classification in the women's race. The gap from second to third sits at 10 minutes, but it's all still to play for as anything can happen in the Absa Cape Epic. Faces CST have had their fair share of crashes over the first 4 stages, and yesterday it was the turn of Swiss champion Luthi. She landed in a bed of rocks and needed stitches in her hip. The women yo-yo back and forth for the first 30 kilometres, but it seems that today's victim of the Absa Cape Epic is not the injured Luthi, but de Groot. She struggles with the pace and the two of them drop off the back. At the head of the race, Specialized and Faces CST exchanged turns at the front through the following 30 kilometres. It's not until the final climb at Alpe d'Huez at the 64-kilometre mark that a move is made. It's Fry, the Swiss Olympic silver medalist, who loves these trails, takes Austrian partner Stigger, and they push the gap to 1 minute and 18 seconds over the next 10 kilometres. 91 Songo Specialized show their incredible skills through the trees and continue to take advantage of the off day for Salusmed. They eventually cross the line in just over 4 hours and 51 minutes. The all-South African team, Faces CST, comes in second, only 1 minute and 43 seconds later, and Team Salusmed struggle home 10 minutes after, in third. Having a tough day on the bike, but still all smiles, are Team Salusmed, Ariane Luthi and Robin de Groot in third. Mariska Strauss and Candice Lill from Team Faces CST, the Absa African leaders, in second. And on top of the podium, 6 from 6, are Sina Fry and Laura Stigger from Team 91 Songo Specialized. They wear the orange Zebra leader jersey and extend their lead to 28 minutes and 51 seconds.
Well, it was perhaps one of the hardest days of this year's race. Saru and Beers taking their lead to 6 minutes and 39 over Fry and Stipjan, who are now the preeminent Bulls combination. Poro and Ravenstein are in third, but the threat from behind is looming. Becking and Diaz, Buff Scott mounted by 2 stage wins in a row, are getting closer and closer. That could be one of the subplots unfolding over the next couple of days, because Buffscott have a second team in close proximity to Toy Base, still leading the Absa African jersey, because there was a major crash for Vessel Boerter in the Type Dev Nanotime team, and they were very close to Toy Base by a minute and a half before yesterday's stage, but they lost time due to that crash. Kalamba and Zanotti 7th. And then Nokia and Boerter 45-31 behind, but the gap to the Paga Eurosteel team now over 4 minutes. Huber and Schneller down in 9th place at the moment. Joubert de Lange complete a third South African team inside the top 10. Leroux and Tobongunya continue to lead the Xara category. They're in 25th place. Sina Fry and Laura Stigger, 28 minutes and 51 seconds as they win 6 stages on the trot. Lucian de Groot, well, their position in second is under serious threat now from Candice Lillen and Mariska Strauss. Look at the gap there, just over a minute and 20 seconds. Zenach and McDougall back in 4th, and it's Morath and Redeker, Liv Lapierre and Galilei Infinity Spot. The Virgin Active Mixed, these the Stark pair, Laura and Sebastian, continue to dominate. They won again on stage 5 to take their advantage to 54 minutes and 52 seconds. Likewise for the Dimension Data Masters, Restonic, 56 minutes and 48 seconds. And the battle in the Grandmasters continues with Bart Brenchens and Peter Vessel. A 3 minute and 13 second lead over Booker and Gerber. That may have a twist and a turn still to go as we head towards Val de Vie, where the sun is shining right now. Detroit Base are leading the African jersey, but 4 minutes is the gap to Nokia and Boerter. They will look to try and reduce that today. We'll type Dev Nanotime. And Buko Giant in the top 10, but 17 minutes adrift. Lil and Strauss are comfortable leaders in the Absa African women's jerseys. They are 3rd overall as well. Leroux and Tobongunya, 26-minute advantage over Selala and Ndebele, with Pewan and Ngidi of F&B Change Your Life in 3rd place, just under an hour adrift. So the Absa Cape Epic today is on its way. Another big loop around Wellington, a really challenging day with plenty of single track, lots of climbing as ever. But the weather that was expected to arrive yesterday arrived overnight, and as a result some changes were made to the arrangements for today. Let's hear from the race and route director, Enrico Berger.
Okay, stage 6, Enrico. Explain to us firstly what you're expecting from a weather perspective.
Well, Gerald, yeah, thank you very much. We're expecting a lot of rain during the night. And windy situation, but the rain is our biggest worry. They're looking and forecasting roughly about 32 millimeters in a fairly short time. So yeah, that's basically the biggest threat we have at the moment, or our biggest problem. So we have to take some contingency plans and put them in place, you know, to make sure that everything we can still provide a safe environment for the guys to ride in.
What are the contingency plans you're putting in place?
Well, first of all, you know, a lot of the guys might sleep off-site tonight. So we're going to start 8 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock, just give them an hour extra. That will not influence the cut-off times. The cut-off times will also be extended by an hour during the day, so they'll have the same riding time, although the distance will be shorter. That will be the second one. We're cutting it by 7-8 kilometers, roughly to 81 kilometers. And the only things we cut out will be the unpleasant ones, first of all, and then the really that might be dangerous ones, and then the stuff that might be inaccessible for emergency services due to the rain.
So some changes made to the route, and a slightly a different route than was originally planned. So let's see, have a look at how that route unfolds today. So this map will be the originally planned route for today's stage. They go up into the Groenberg Mountains and the Belvenpass and Wild Boar Trails. It is a superb day of riding. Some farm roads. That is a long loop of gravel road, which will be muddy and wet. We did get that rain. It came down very, very hard for around 9 o'clock last night, to not too long ago here in the Western Cape. in the single track in the green, and there's plenty of that. But as Enrico Berger alluded to, some of those sections will be taken out today. The Rocky Horror, as you see on the profile there, that will no longer be in the route today. Because of the descent on the other side of Rocky Horror. So the climb up Rocky Horror and the descent on the other side won't be there, and a section called Cheese Grater has been removed, a single track section. So around 7 to 8 kilometers have been taken off the route today, but it makes it no less a challenge due to the conditions here.
Yeah, conditions today are going to be some of the most challenging we'll see throughout this year's Cape Epic for sure. We caught some early glimpses of the route, and you can see it was absolutely wet. There was so much water on the route, so I think it's a good thing that these changes has been applied to today's stage. We have a lot of focus on the elite riders at the front, for whom it's no problem to navigate through this. But this race has, all sorts of riders, and for safety reasons, I think it's a good decision to have done these changes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a massive amateur component to the event, and those riders. Some of them perhaps are not, and we must bear in mind they've had 6 days of riding in their legs, so there's fatigue, and in these sort of conditions you can get into some serious trouble. And of course, as Henrico alluded to there, accessible areas for the emergency teams to get in and help out riders who might have got into distress as the elite bunch leaves Wellington under cloudy skies.
It's interesting to see the wardrobe choices by the riders. Many of the riders opting for extra sleeves, arm warmers, and some even opting for leg warmers too. And notice the Bora Hansgrohe riders, and pretty much in full winter garb there. And the arm warmers, of course, with the riders at the front, they are removable. So if the weather does get a bit better, if the sun comes out and starts to shine, we'll see a big contrast in the temperatures today.
And here we see, as the men roll out, just how wet it all is. They have to look for dry spots or rideable spots on this very first stretch of the course, and imagine how it's going to be throughout the day. It's really tough conditions today.
And our elite UCI women roll away a couple of minutes later in their own group. They're away from Ariane Luigi. She's in good spirits. They had a tough day yesterday, and it was wonderful to see the bond between Ariane and Robin de Groot. Robin was the one, and she freely admitted it also in a post on her Instagram, that she'd had a really tough day yesterday. But what makes it so much more manageable is the way her partner handled and dealt with and helped her through the day.
We saw some really good teamwork from Team Sailor-Smith yesterday. Ariane was quite aware of her role in the team as slightly stronger on the day. It can always change who has a bad day, but if you realize, okay, I'm actually the stronger, that gives you that responsibility to look after your partner.
Again, another close look at conditions out there. It is going to be very, very muddy. As I said, a big dump of rain in a very short space of time. So it really wouldn't have allowed the water to drain off too quickly. Just run down the mountainsides and through the trails. So they're in for a particularly tough muddy day as Tristan Norkia goes to the front for the Type Dev Nano Time team. They are up for this. They have had a great week, and they're looking to take it to the Paiga Eurostion there. Ariane Luti and Robin de Groot, and behind them the race leaders. 91 Songo Specialized have a 28-minute and 51-second lead over Salus Med. Wow. It's greasy, it's muddy, and it's one of those days that makes this event so special, is that we've had every type of condition over the week of this event, and this just throws another curveball at the field, and the riders will survive, they'll thrive, and they'll get to the finish.
Yeah, as a rider in this race, you have to be super adaptable to whatever is thrown at you, because you never know what's going to happen. And we had some really nice days, some dry, perfect racing conditions, and now that has all changed. And how will everybody deal with that?
Yeah, it's a mental challenge. Well, let's hear from some of those riders ahead of the start. We had our cameras and presenters down at the start line. Let's hear from some of the riders.
Good morning, Cape Epic. Today is another day. Yesterday, no good day, but today is a nice day. My partner Olivia, marrón guapo. How are you?
I'm fine.
Vamos arriba, bicharracos. Very big cojones. Always. Bam.
Welcome to the Epic, first and foremost. It's amazing to have you here. We just want to hear about your general experience of the race and also any plans to come back.
Yeah, it's been a great week. It's kind of everything I hoped it would be. I think the village atmosphere and the race atmosphere in general is pretty special. And the courses have been even better than I thought. Like, the trails are amazing. It's like very balanced. There's a lot of different styles of riding. So yeah, I've been having a really good time for sure.
Cool. And what is your favorite weather conditions to ride in?
Not these.
If you had to choose between
I would prefer hot.
cold or heat.
I would prefer hot, but you know, like, it's just another thing to overcome, I guess. And yeah, it'd be a bit of fun to get muddy. And, like, to be honest, like, I normally don't like the rain because you have to clean your stuff, but we have a mechanic here, so you can have a bit of fun getting muddy and then not have to clean up. So yeah, it's all good.
Oh, that's awesome. Kenneth, we heard a little bit about your plans the other day for your future Cape Epics. Can you tell us about your racing plans when you come back, either next year, March, or in the future?
First of all, the race have been nice. I've enjoyed every stage. And there's this African jersey I would like to come back and try to win. And I'm ready, and yeah. So.
Do you have any ideas on who you want to ride with to take on the Absa African jersey?
I think that's a good. I have to select really someone who will be understanding, patient, and ready to work on training. So I think I will pick one of my teammates.
Cool. Good luck for today. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being the coolest team.
Well, that was Lachlan Morton and Kenneth Karaya. Morton, just for those perhaps who aren't aware, is a full-time road pro with the EF Education Nippo, but has spent the last probably two and a half years exploring alternative events on behalf and with EF Education Nippo, and has generated a great deal of interest, not just in the cycling community from beyond the World Tour, but within the World Tour, which has in a way resulted in Bora Hansgrohe, another World Tour team, sending a couple of riders here, Leonard Kamna and Ben Zioff, to come and experience an alternate universe in terms of what they normally used to.
Exactly, and the breaking down the boundaries within the sport of cycling is what we all love to see, and there should be no divisions between everything. Should be interchangeable. We've seen Annika race on the road and of course on the mountain bike, and that alternative program that you're talking about is fast becoming the mainstream program. It's becoming the program where road is one part of it, might be his day job, but the fact that mountain biking is part of it, and gravel racing, it's all becoming one.
And of course water racing, as we've just seen. Really challenging. We're live. This is fantastic in the vineyards surrounding Wellington as they head towards what is the sort of main playground today, Groenberg Mountain, which is sort of northwest of Wellington. And there's some incredible trails that have been created over there over the years, and most notably the Wild Boar Trails, and those will be enjoyed later on today. But as we've heard, some of those have been taken out due to safety concerns, but today is going to be a serious challenge due to the under-wheel conditions. This is the lead women's group, all together at the moment.
All together at the moment. We had some really good days of racing the last couple of days. Also in the women's field, we saw faces, CST, creating a lot of excitement. We can feel the last couple of days was a big turning point for them. They went from struggling and having all sorts of issues to really riding well. And yesterday we saw them staying with the 91 Sangro Specialized team for almost the entire stage. So they carry a lot of momentum right now.
The stage is being built here at Val de Vie Estate, and the sun is shining right on the finish area here for the grand finale. As they roll into Val de Vie, it'll be a great celebration, particularly after today's day, which is going to be a tough one. Now the bulls at the moment at 18.5 Ks, as well as 91 Songo Specialized, Trek Pirelli, BMC KTM are all together, those 5 teams. Tiger Eurosteel a little bit off that, and then Insect Science and Buko Giant Type Dev Nanotime. Interesting that the South African teams very prominent here. Buff Scott MTB2 are there, 1 minute and 21 back. They could play a big role today in support of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz.
Well, we've seen some mechanicals scupper the chances of in fact, Buff Scott mountain biking. Hans Becking broke a chain. And it's that backup team aspect of the racing will become very important when the trail conditions do affect. We've seen the rain affect it creates a higher risk for the equipment. And yes, that Buff Scott mountain biking team at 1 minute 21 could prove useful. Way back down the trails, the Bulls team, the Bulls backup team now, which initially started as their first team, Urs Huber and Simon Schneller, are 4 minutes back. And that might be that might bode badly for the Bulls team of Simon Stibjan and Martin Fry, who are in that lead group. That lead group, all important. The first 6 teams, well, the first 5 teams, all in touch. BMC, KTM, Trek Pirelli, Buff Scott mountain biking, 91 Songo Specialized, and the Bulls, all in touch with the overall lead. And 91 Songo Specialized still looking very comfortable.
Hans Becking on the front, my word, he's got stronger and stronger through the week. They did have a broken chain 3 days ago, but since then they've been on fire, and he's driving it here with Jordan Saru on his wheel. And you could see the water on this road, unbelievable, huge puddles. So, you know, following lines and picking lines is going to be very important today.
It's going to be absolutely key. And another thing today is really going to be not only a race against your competitors, but also against the elements, and actually getting your equipment through this stage in a good way, in good conditions, is not easy. It will have so much impact on your drivetrain, your brakes, conditions like this where it's so wet and with the sandy ground. You can end up having no brake pads halfway through the race, and then what will you do? For sure, this will be a huge key factor today, and we'll see some drama, I'm sure.
You see the Tiger Eurosteel team desperate to get back, need to get back in touch with that leading group, and they'll be putting down as much power as they can to get in touch so they can enjoy the comfortable, or the relatively comfortable draft behind that lead group of 5 teams.
The feeling that maybe Peter de Toy, the young man, is taking a bit of strain today, and he's on the front there. Philip Bass just marshalling him back towards that group there. This is his 3rd Absa Cape Epic, but he is just 22. Philip has got years of experience here, including riding a year with Nino Schurter. Now they're getting close, and Philip's saying, "Come, we got to get there. We got to get there."
Yeah, it looks like such a small gap to bridge, but of course when riders are on the limit, even 10, 15, 20 meters can seem like an absolute lifetime away for riders who are pushing hard. It's very clear that they are going absolutely flat out to regain contact.
And definitely not an easy job when you have someone like Hans Becking pushing the pace at the front. We've seen him being so strong the last couple of days, and we've heard talk within the men's field that whenever Hans Becking went to the front, it made everybody else suffer. And when something like a quote like that comes from someone like Matt Beers, you know, okay, there's some serious horsepower going on here.
And this is the sort of conditions Hans Becking probably quite enjoys. It's obviously the district road, the dirt road, a bit of moisture, rather like the beach races they ride. That's going to be a vital aspect today. Keep hydrating, keep eating. These riders will be very, very cognizant of that, very aware that that's what they've got to keep doing. But further back down the field, the riders will start perhaps missing a drink, missing a feed, and that's dangerous.
It's super dangerous. Normally, when the conditions are a little bit more hot, you would remember to hydrate more easily because you would feel, oh, I need to hydrate. But whereas today, maybe you won't feel the same urge to constantly grab for your water bottle. And with that, because a lot of riders actually carry a lot of their nutrition or energy in the bottles, energy mix, you have to be very careful of that and maybe take more gels just to make sure. Ooh, and look at this. This is what I was talking about. It's all about keeping the equipment in a good condition with the water and the sand, and maybe with the sun coming out, starting to dry everything. Your chain is going to be absolutely a mess. And like this, adding chain loop to your chain already now, it makes a big difference to prepare for the rest of the stage.
On the run, on the ride as well.
Stations, they'll be able to have a chance to put some more lubricant on their chain. And but even this early in the stage, they'll be looking to really look after their equipment when they can, because when the racing heats up, there will be a less opportunity to take care of the drivetrains. And the aspect of the tires as well, we've been interested to see what tire choices are, and if there is any major difference in what the teams are speccing. Some prefer to stay with what they know, and others choosing a slightly higher profile of tread.
Yeah, definitely on a day-to-day, it's a good idea to opt for tires that are a little more suitable for wet and muddy conditions, because look at this, it's just constantly wet and muddy, and having that extra safety, having extra grip on a day like today is absolutely key.
Would the 91 Tonga Specialized team have changed tyres for today?
Yes, but not from yesterday, but from the days before that. So within the team, they have the so-called Renegade tire for more dry, hard-packed conditions, and we saw the team ride those tires up until day 5 or 6 or something. And yesterday, with the rain forecasted, you could see they all opted for the fast track, the tire that is more suitable for wetter and more muddy conditions, and you can rest assured they kept them on for today.
Closer look at those tyres. They're the Bull spikes, and so they roll through the Trek bikes at Trek Pirelli and BMC and KTM, and a little further back, Piger. One slightly different brand here because it's a South African brand, homegrown brand here, so it's wonderful to see them here, and they've been very prominent over the last few years, keeping themselves at the sharp end, and wonderful to see Phil Bass and Peter du Toit in the mix here. Perhaps hunting a stage today. It'll be a challenge. Today is going to be one of those days the riders will remember for a long, long time. Not that you forget any day on the Absa Cape Epic, but these sort of days do stand out a bit. Remember that day when it was so muddy and so wet, and such and such happened. So you'll see muddy faces at the finish line all the way through today, that's for sure.
Just from the route profile we see, if we were to look at it as really as an overview, it's generally some rolling hills, and the route profile really starts to get spiky later on. And the riders enjoying the respite of the open roads in the early part of the stages, and surely later on they will be full gas racing as the race reaches the point where there'll be some tricky single track, and no doubt those steep climbs will cause even more of a selection among these 6 teams at the front. We do a quick roll call. That's the Bulls second team, Martin Fry and Simon Stibjan. 91 Songa Specialized, the race leaders, Buff Scott Mountain Biking, Trek Pirelli, BMC KTM, and Piger Eurosteel, the Absa African leaders jersey wearers.
And on the GC, it's 91 Songa Specialized. They have 6 minutes and 39 over that Bulls pair of Stibjan and Fry. Trek Pirelli, 10 minutes and 54 behind 91 Songa Specialized. And Buff Scott of Becking and Diaz, winners of the last two stages, 13:37. So less than 3 minutes to the Trek Pirelli pair on the podium there. That'll be a goal for them. Then it's Buff Scott 2, and then the Piger Eurosteel pair in 6th place. BMC currently in 7th place. They've had a better couple of days after a tricky day two. They had a good day one when they were second on the prologue. And completing the top 10, Type Dev Nano Time in 8th place. Bulls 2, well, now they're Bulls 2, but Uber and his partner Schneller in 9th place, and then Mbuko Giant in 10th place. Those teams are not in this lead group at the moment.
As we got a close-up of the riders here, we could see their bags and their pants already drenched, like soaked in water and sand and in mud. And I'm actually surprised that I don't see more of these riders wearing you can have like a small mud guard mounted on your seat that will allow for your behind your bum and your back to stay dry, and it makes a big difference. The weight of that little thing is like nothing in comparison to the effect it has. I did a gravel race a month ago in Finland, and the conditions were similar to what we see today, and from the organizers, we were provided with this little mudguard thing to mount on our seats, and we were like, okay, I'm going to try it out. Actually, I never tried it out before that, and it made all the difference. I mean, sure, on the front, I was wet, I was dirty, but everything on my, behind was dry, and you have to spend so many hours in the saddle, and if you can continue to have your chamois, your pants somewhat dry, it's just so much more comfortable, and that's why I'm actually surprised we don't see more riders with this mudguard.
We'll revisit that, because that's a very interesting insight. Thank you for that. But that's the chase group there. Buff's got 2 in there, Insect Science in there, Type Dev Nanotime, all chasing. But there we go. You've retired from the sport. You've ridden it, and here you're discovering something that could have made a difference. It does make a difference, because there's a coolness aspect to cycling that we sort of flirt around about, and what looks cool on a bike, what isn't cool on a bike. Are buy-ins cool, or mudguards cool? And some people think, well, no, we don't need a mudguard. It doesn't look cool. It looks. But that's an insight from a professional rider saying it works.
It really, really works. It makes all the difference. You talking about the comfort of keeping the contact point to your saddle in a good condition. Having a mudguard like that makes all the difference. I mean, by now they only have one more stage to go after today. But imagine if this was day 2 or 3, or if they had these conditions all the way through the race. It really starts to drain or to have an impact on your lower parts.
Comfort.
On your comfort, exactly.
And just talking about that cool factor, we've seen the riders wear hydration packs, and that would perhaps previously not have been deemed cool, but
lots of inverted commas here in the commentary box at the moment around the cool aspect, but absolutely.
And just for the sake of comfort and for the sake of performance, it's sometimes we have to abandon the cool factor.
Absolutely. And we learn what works and what doesn't, and regardless of what it might look like, it actually provides a really good support. So the Absa Cape Epic is heading towards Val de Vie, and the conclusion of this 2021 edition, the 17th edition of this incredible event, a race that measures all, and it cannot be more perfectly illustrated than today, because the conditions today are like no other day they've had yet on this journey. The Xaro category is a very special jersey that is up for grabs, with an increasingly competitive contingent of teams racing. As we know, the Fairtree team, Cannondale, are leading that. But let's find a little bit more about the Xaro Academy, which is the official academy supported by the Absa Cape Epic.
Wow, we just captured a very special moment, seeing Robin de Groot and Ariane Luthi coming through to talk to you, giving you the biggest hugs. What were they telling you?
They were telling us to hang in there. We are almost in the finish. They're just giving us the inspiration to finish this, what we have started.
And having race elites like that come over to you, I saw the photos going, I saw the big smiles on your faces, really inspirational stuff. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very energized, happy, because seeing them before they start also, it's very amazing because they elites. They're doing the most out there. They're doing the most. And one day we would also like to be just like them.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, wonderful. The camaraderie and the Exaro youngsters, Ndisiwe and Refilwe, making their way, and they're still going strong on the Absa Cape Epic. The Exaro category is a very special one. And we're seeing this year, obviously, the racing contingent, it is for under 25s, but this is a look at the split in the women's race at the moment. Top 3 teams faces CST, 91 Songo Specialized, Computer Mania, then a bit of a gap back to Salusmed, Fairtree, Live Lapierre, and Galileo Infinity Spot. So Salusmed want to regain contact with that group.
And not a surprise to see faces CST at the front. They had so much momentum going into the last couple of days, and my predictions were that we would see them really aggressive and taking an initiative today, because they carry so much momentum, and building on that is a good thing. What surprises me now that we see the standings here is Computer Mania managing to stay inside the top 3, staying with 91 Songo Specialized and faces CST, and Salusmed dropping a little bit back. Let's see how this unfolds.
Right, I just wanted to go back to that Exaro, because there's a team racing in the event. They're not in the Exaro category, which is a category dedicated to riders who perhaps wouldn't have had the opportunity to race this event and ride mountain bikes at this level. But Philemon Sabona and Jan Matsuya are riding for Kuro. Philemon did graduate out of the Exaro Academy into the Pagi Steel full-time professional team, and he's retired from that and now works for Kuro Schools as the head of their cycling and mountain biking program across all their campuses, and there are many, many across the country. So that's how the Exaro category can accelerate the progress of riders out once they finished racing professionally into the wider world. And Philemon and Jan, well, they had a tough day yesterday. They walked for about 56 kilometers after Jan broke his rear derailleur, but they did finish and are determined to finish here at the Val de Vie. I mean, Philemon is a man who's finished inside the top 30 of this event before, so very capable. Here we go, the women's race. Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, and there we're going to see plenty of muddy faces today.
Just look at their equipment, their bodies, their bikes. It's all covered in mud. And now it looks like it could be that we have seen the last bit of rain today, and with the sun coming out, the mud and everything on your bike, and that's in your drivetrain, that's in your brakes. With the sun coming out and drying all of this, it turns into like sandpaper. So it's almost like you're grinding through sandpaper, and it's so wearing on your equipment. You cannot underestimate how draining it is. And I'm curious to see if we will see teams stop at for sure we'll see teams stop at the water points, the tech zones to loop their chains. But what about their braking pads?
Would the teams have put new brake pads on for today?
Well, you need to make sure if you put brand new brake pads on and it's a soft compound, you'll see those like wear through immediately. So you would either opt for braking pads with a harder compound, or you would make sure that you have relatively fresh braking pads mounted already, but that they are worn in. That initially wearing in is crucial for them to not wear out immediately. So it's all about mechanics really had to do some clever thinking ahead of today's stage.
And clever purchasing, because it's no secret that the last year and a half, 2 years of the pandemic has seen major issues with the delivering technology and equipment for all manner of things around the world. But one of those affected has been the bicycle industry and biking industry, and they're having difficulty getting getting parts, getting components to match those that are on the bike. So yeah, you've got to be sharp and clever and resourceful, I think, in order to do that. Simon Stevjan on the front, which is where he spent most of stage 5 yesterday. Did so much work on the front. BMC KTM look purposeful today. There's no question about that. Jordan Saru and Fabian Rabensteiner and Samueli Poro of Trek Pirelli, and also in there, of course, Page Eurosteel. So the teams, it's going to be a grind today. There's going to be a really, really long, hard slog. There's a long section as we are on now, this loop on the district gravel road before they hit the slopes of Groenberg Mountain and the serious stuff starts. Remember, we had a slightly later start today. In fact, an hour's later start, 8 o'clock in South African time in the morning, an hour later than the normal time. And the route has been adjusted today to take out some sections that would be deemed to be really, really dangerous in these sort of rainy and muddy conditions. And those include the Rocky Horror Climb, for those of you who might be familiar with the area, at around 52, 53 kilometers, and the descent off that. And later on, a little section towards the finish called the Cheese Grater. As Liv Lapierre appear at the back of the women's group, which is a good sign. A little, that's nice. A little,
yeah, a little fist bump.
Fist bump. Yes, Vera Losa and Serial. Vera, of course, from Namibia, Namibian champion. Been racing on the road quite a bit in Europe this year.
Well, they were 50 seconds back at that time check at the 18.5 kilometer mark. They have made up that 50 seconds. So partially due to their just putting a bit of extra effort in and putting some power down, and also the slightly more gentle pace, and all being relative, of course, and set by the front. And just at this point in the race, it's quite early before the major selection, the major selective pieces of the trail start to arise. And interested to know, we've had a question come through, if there is much conversation in the group right now, generally in a situation like this.
Yeah, because, I mean, you've spent so many hours together in the race by now, and yeah, there is some chatting going on because you share so many similar experiences, and it creates a bond that is quite unique. And for sure, there's a good camaraderie going on and chatting between the teams.
Yeah, it's situations like this here that do bond teams and riders, and we've seen a number of these combinations switched up over the years, and so they know each other very, very well. And Mariska Strauss just tapping out a really nice rhythm on the frontier. She's joined by her teammate Candice Lil, Adelaide Morat behind her. 91 Songo Specialized tucked in neatly there, Sina Fry, and her partner Laura Stigger. There's Candice on the front.
See one of the men's teams on the left-hand side of the road there. You see they're just behind Candice Lil, taking great care not to interfere with the racing, not to influence the outcome of the women's category result in any way. It was actually Mike Posthumus, Rider Innovation, at the front there.
Yes, Terence with his partner just behind him. They're trying to, they're getting together. Big Mike, he's one of the bigger men in that lead group up front. Really powerful, former rugby player. So, yeah, he's evolved into a very, very impressive cyclist and mountain biker.
And he's a prominent coach in South Africa. He's part of the Science to Sport coaching collective. And in fact, Matt Beers is coached by John Wakefield, also part of the Science to Sport collective. And some more information about the program, Matt Beers. We have been in touch with John, and it's pretty clear, as he said, it's clear now that this was one of the big focuses for Matt Beers of the season. Very important for him to focus on South African Marathon Championships and, of course, the Absa Cape Epic in October. Two big peaks for him in the season. Important for the athletes to have as few peaks as possible. It's very difficult to stay on top form all the way through the year, and definitely helps an athlete to have two major goals for the season.
Absolutely. Matt chose not to go to the World Marathon Championships just a couple of weeks ago. And for a man with his ability and skills and engine not to go to a major event like that and opt to, he actually went to the World Cross Country Championships, is an indication that he was focusing pretty much solely on getting things right here, and he certainly has done that.
We had a few questions coming through from our viewers, and one of them is the issue of saddle sores. And it is a true issue. Speaking from experience, I had to struggle with that myself as well. And we just briefly touch on the mud guards.
Yeah.
Keeping your contact points to the saddle dry is a huge factor. It makes all the difference. And also applying chamois cream, really making sure that you have nice and smooth, just keeping the friction down. Chamois cream is one important factor, and I cannot tell you how much chamois cream I would apply, but it really makes all the difference. It all adds up, and if you start struggling with saddle sores on day 2, I mean, you're not gonna make it through for sure. So really, really, really being careful, it makes all the difference. And also, by now, none of these riders would show up to this race with equipment that they don't know works for them. So really choosing a good saddle is absolutely key. It's very individual, and by now the selection of different saddles are so big. You can always find a saddle that works for you and that fits to your needs. And my recommendation is to really not underestimate the importance of having a good saddle. It brings so much more pleasure, so much more joy if you feel comfortable on your saddle and don't have to worry about pain or issues or anything. So absolutely key. And I would, thinking back into my career, I would have, if I would have known better, I would have focused more on choosing a good saddle straight from the beginning on. I did not know the importance about that, so for sure some good advice passed on from here. Invest the time in finding a good saddle.
Your hands, your feet, and your rear end are the three things that are in touch with the bike. And the one area that is going to be in the most pain, because it spends all the time sitting there, is your rear end. How long does it take for you to ascertain what is the best saddle? I mean, you try different saddles, and eventually you're going to settle on one.
Yeah. How long?
But you've got to ride. You've got to ride on it to know that it's and ride in different conditions.
Well, how long? Well, until you find the one that fits you. You need to really. You need to invest the time in finding the right saddle, especially if you prefer doing longer distances. You can get away with shorter rides on a saddle that's not 100% right for you, but if you want to have the comfort over the longer distances, you really need to invest the time in that. And also, there's so many factors. So the saddle, applying chamois cream, and also finding a good bib short with a good chamois in them, because that's also very different from brand to brand. So really experiencing, trying out different, and by now the selection, I mean, there's so much new stuff out there on the market, and some of it is really good and some of it is not so good, but it comes down to really a personal preference, because everybody is different, and what fits one rider doesn't necessarily fit another rider. So it's very personal.
And I've heard that some riders are more susceptible to saddle sores than others, and some will go through a whole career and not have a saddle sore, and others, well, it's just one of the things you live with.
Yes, it is, but you can get into some serious trouble if you get it wrong from the beginning, and then the joy of riding just disappears, and that's a shame.
And of course, bike fit makes a big difference, and not just for the contact points, but also for the saddle. We've spoken about the position and the way a rider sits on the saddle, and a saddle can feel very different if the handlebar is too high or too low. So it's all part of it's a small thing that can make a big difference, and all part of a big picture. And very important for these riders who are covering 620 kilometers at race pace to be absolutely perfectly dialed. All of the riders will know exactly to the millimeter how high their saddles are meant to be. They'll determine their stem length. Even the angle of the sweep of the handlebar will be critical to a rider, and every rider has their own personal preference. And certainly in the pro ranks, the mechanic will know exactly to the millimeter and to the degree exactly how each rider prefers their setup.
True, and that's a good point. But also trust in your feelings. As a rider, you can easily feel sometimes if something is slightly off, and trust those feelings, because that's eventually what it all comes down to. And if you're uncertain, I mean, if you're not in a race but just doing training rides, if you're uncertain if your position is slightly off, well, my recommendations are to bring a tool, experiment around, try to move your saddle a little bit forward, a little bit backwards, angle it slightly, the nose down, the nose up, until all of a sudden you feel like, ooh, this is the right spot. So don't be afraid to listen to your feelings and what feels good for you.
We're watching stage number 6 of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic, the 17th edition of this, the race that measures all, coming to you from wet, but thankfully not raining here in the Boerland, and the sun is attempting to come through here, but they are on the district road. They'll be heading into those mountains very shortly on stage 6. So yeah, these aspects of riding, I mean, this, as we have been unpacking over this last week, there's so much that goes into all this, and you know, with every we're talking about and watching the elites riders here who are riding in many cases half the time that the back of the field are riding. So for all that the information that you're getting from Annika about saddles and about chamois cream and the comfort on the bike, it's exacerbated, and it really must be even more important when you're spending that sort of time up there.
Oh yeah.
Get it right.
Get it right, yeah, really, really. And if you go into an event like this, really don't show up with anything that you haven't tried out in training or racing before, because now is not the time to experiment around. You want to enter a race like this, you know, confident in your setup and your equipment.
They've left the district road and they're onto the farm tracks that will predominate over the next while, interspersed with sections of seriously nice single track, but it will be a different challenge today in these conditions. A heavy dumping of rain overnight has left the trails very muddy, very wet, and in areas very slick and slippery. So those are going to have to be factors that will be taken into account when these riders head into the single track here. A degree of weariness, caution. You're always fairly cautious going through single tracks and trails, but even more so today.
Even more so today. Having the right equipment, having a good plan ahead of today is absolutely key. Now it seems like the rain has stopped for a little bit and the sun coming out in some sections, and as soon as this happens, I mean, it's really like sandpaper on your bike, your brakes, your drivetrain, and yeah, I'm curious. I think we will see some sort of mechanical people having issues with no braking power anymore. I can't wait to get to the single track to see all the drama.
Well, the lead group of 6 all together as we watch the elite men now, with Jose Diaz on the front and Hans Becking behind. They have been the animators over the last 2 days of this wonderful journey, winning stage 5, winning stage 6. Yesterday's stage was incredible from Hans Becking and Jose Diaz. They looked as though they were sort of sitting on the back and just hanging in on that group. Lo and behold, on the steepest part of the climb, off they went and hammered it home.
Well, a bit of tactics from the Buffscott mountain bike team. They did look like they were, perhaps it was just for the viewers and for the fans, it looked like there was a rope-a-dope bluff going on. But when it came to that critical point in the race, that steep climb, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz took off and took advantage of any weakness that they saw. They sensed that that was exactly the moment to go, and of course setting off in attack and taking the stage.
Stage number 6 of the Absa Cape Epic as they make their way around these beautiful hills and valleys of Wellington. And this is the lead group, and they're on to the first of the challenges. A little bit of a climb now. We're on board with our e-bike camera, Stefan Sam, and this is the group that sees the 91 Songo Specialized race leaders in the yellow jersey here, just digging deep here, Jordan Saru, to make regain contact with that group. And we'll get an idea now of how muddy, how tricky these trails really are. Peter de Toy on his left-hand side in the red there of Pyga Eurosteel, feeling the heat and feeling the pain of this week's racing, and starting to lose contact with that group.
Yes, the wet terrain. Literally, when you ride this, the camera angle here doesn't do it justice, but it's just so energy sapping. It takes all the energy out of you, and it takes all the speed out of the bike. You need to work for every single meter here, and it's tough. It's so tough.
Well, if you look at the 2020 cross-country world champion here, sitting bent, almost double over his handlebars, digging deep, just focusing on every pedal stroke to try and close the gap, and that's a little gap that he's not really gaining any ground.
Well, this is a bad sign for the 91 Songo Specialized riders. There is a gap developing. We saw him struggling, and just looking now, Jordan Saru is leaving a little bit of a gap, and of course that will not go unnoticed by Hans Baking, and Jose Diaz is at the front, in fact, with Hans Baking very close. Good cohesion between that team. The Bulls are also there, and just falling off the back there with the red helmet is Poro from the Trek Pirelli team. The Trek Pirelli, the other Trek Pirelli partner is will need to drop back, and that is Ravensteiner. He will need to drop back to his teammate. Jordan Saru will, first thing he'll need to do is to get back in touch with Trek Pirelli. He knows they are lying on 3rd overall, and they will have some alliance at least together just to get back to that group. But Hans Baking and Jose Diaz are putting the pressure down. Jose Diaz is really making it count now. They have sensed weakness. This could be their opportunity to move up on overall classification. They are 4th overall at the moment, and the Bulls have all to gain from this as well, with a cooperation between them and Buff Scott. But the racing is white hot, and you can see from the body language, Jose Diaz, the message has gone right directly to the front of the race that Jordan Saru is struggling. There he is in the distance.
And
it's clear this is where the racing is starting.
Yeah, this is it. The Bulls are there. Here's Matt Beers, and it's his partner. This one here is Jordan Saru, and there's no question that Samuel Poro is the man who's in distress here for Trek Pirelli. He looks over his shoulder. In fact,
we were mistaken.
That's Ravensteiner. Yes, this
Ravensteiner is actually distance. He is behind. He is the weaker partner of the day. We saw him. He was definitely the stronger of the two over the last few days, and today it looks like he is struggling with the cold weather.
So this is the dynamic that's unfolding here on the really tough day 6, stage 6 of the Absa Cape Epic. And they're snaking now into the first of the single track sections on the slopes of Groenberg Mountain. An opportunity for perhaps Saru to close that gap.
Saru's skills will come to the fore here. He will take just maybe the odd extra risk to get back in touch. Matt Beers has dropped back, and this hasn't stopped Jose Diaz from putting pressure down. They know that when there's weakness, they know they've got to keep going, keep applying that pressure. They've already seen weakness. They need to make sure that there we have Trek Pirelli rider. That is Ravensteiner. You can see with his Agile Open that he is wearing the national championship jersey, the Italian marathon champ jersey, and very difficult times for the Trek Pirelli. They need to stay in touch with Jose Diaz and Hans Becking to defend that 3rd spot overall.
2 minutes and 43 seconds was the gap between Trek Pirelli in 3rd and Buff Scott 1 in 4th. So that's what Hans Becking and Jose Diaz will be focusing on, opening up that gap. And look at that gap already. My word, it is yawning now very quickly into an advantage to Buff Scott.
We talk about that elastic snapping. They were yo-yoing off the back, and there was an absolute snap of the elastic, and the gap has absolutely blown apart, with Hans Becking and Jose Diaz just making it really count. They know this is the critical point in the race. It's so much harder for a single team to chase back to a marauding front group. And of course the Bulls will have the same agenda. They'll want to put as much time into Trek Pirelli as much as they can. And Jordan Saru and Matthew Beers will take comfort in the thought that they are still in touch, and just whether or not they're struggling or not, they know they're in touch, and that's a psychological advantage they have of having the absolutely resurgent Buffscott team up front.
Must apologize, we are going to experience some breakup of our cameras on a day like today in the terrain they're in. It is sometimes difficult to maintain the integrity of the connection all the time, but we will do everything in our power to make sure that that link is strong all the way through. This is Team Type Dev Nano Time. Wessel Botha and, beg your pardon, that's, yes it is. No, in fact that's an Imbuko Giant rider going through there, who is Tristan Norkier, and he's partnered with Wessel Botha of Type Dev Nano Time, and they are just off the back of that lead group. Also just ahead of them were Page Eurosteel, the leaders in the Absa African jersey. So it is not raining, certainly, and there's a breakup in the clouds, so that suggests that it's going to be drying trails for the riders, but that doesn't mean that there won't be more rain later on, because there's plenty of cloud and inclement weather lurking around the Western Cape that could descend on this event. So we'll hold thumbs, but it just adds to the drama of this race. Buffscott on the front, Team Bulls and 91 Songo specialized in this lead group, and again just a little bit of a gap there. Saru is clearly having a tough early part of this day as they begin this brutally hard climb.
As we see Simon Stewart and Martin Fry very much in touch with Buffscott mountain biking. Saru just getting distanced, and it might be a good idea for Jordan Saru to just go ahead of Matt Beers and try to stay in touch so that Matt Beers can keep a close watch on him. If he needs any help, every second counts. If Matt Beers can just stay in touch, give him maybe a little bit of a push to get back into the group, that'll make all the difference. And it's all to play for right now. 3 teams out front, with Trek Pirelli having been distanced on that climb.
A week's racing at the sharp end for Jordan Saru. I mean, clearly he's up to this, no problem at all. He's done it before with Victor Coretzi, but not at this, at the sharp end. He's a cross-country racer. He's had a busy year with the World Cup season of the Olympic Games, where he finished 9th. So this perhaps is getting to the deep end of the year for him.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if he's starting to feel it by now. But the thing is, in a race like this, every rider will have an off day. You really can't avoid it. And maybe today is the day where he's slightly off. I mean, he will still be fast, but yeah, they have to be careful. They have 6 minutes in the overall.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't stay with the front group, they would have no idea, like no control over the race. And all of a sudden, you know, those 6 minutes can go like quite fast. So they have to be super careful. It's going to be interesting to see if they manage to stay with the front.
And also the point in which they are right now in the race, they're still not past the halfway mark, and it's all very well to lose touch with the very front of the field in the last third of the race or the last quarter of the race, because you can limit your losses. But the losses that can occur in half of a race, especially with the spiky profile coming and a very strong Buffscott team, that the losses could be almost infinite. So very important that they stay in touch with the front.
Simon Schneller on the front of this group, the Bulls rider with Urs Huber, and he's going to try and just maintain that pace as Daniel van der Walt, one of the young talents in this race from South Africa, goes through ahead of them. He and Johan van Zyl in their first journey on the Absa Cape Epic, the 20-year-olds, are going really, really impressively. Finished 10th yesterday.
We just caught a glimpse of the women's field. It looked like they were almost all of them together. Oh, here we have a problem for the Bora Hans Grohe guys, and this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Is going to be the deciding factor today, mechanicals. And you can see he's having some sort of issue with his drive chain. Not exactly sure what's going on, but definitely something is not right.
He was working his shift on the right, and then spinning the wheel. And Leonard Kamner and Ben Zwiehoff. One of them has some experience on a mountain bike. The other has very, very little, Kamner.
Yes, and here it looks like, he's shifting, so they are in electronic, and if I'm not mistaken, I think actually these guys are on Shimano. And it's so easy for the electronic. Sometimes it can be a little bit more fragile in really wet conditions, and these guys would not have experience with riding electronic gearing in conditions like this. But now, luckily, it looks like he's up and going again, so...
This is Leonard Kamner, yeah. He's a man with very little experience on the mountain bike. So a real challenge for Bora Hansgrohe. They're not racing at the absolute sharp end. They're using this as an experience and as something of an adventure for them. But it's one that they are learning very, very quickly every day how tough this Absa Cape Epic is.
It's just so tough on equipment, this race, and we've seen from the very beginning, from the very first Absa Cape Epic in 2004, where there was a deluge of rain, and that, in fact, we've been talking about brake pads. That caused havoc with the brake pads. So many of the teams were completely out of brake pads, and there was a mad scramble for the riders to get them replaced. And of course, the following year, the team mechanics and in fact even the retailers stocked up on brake pads, and even in the upcountry in Johannesburg, they loaded their van full of brake pads just in case, and with thousands of brake pads in the back, drove down. There was no bad weather, and they just drove those brake pads all the way back up to Johannesburg. So it's impossible to really predict what the weather's going to do and predict how much equipment the riders are going to go through, but safe to say that it's better to be safe than sorry.
Very different brake pads then as well, of course.
Yeah, and what we just saw happening to Ben Zwiehoff, we can just as easily see happening to one of these guys here at the front. Like in a matter of seconds, it can be game over. So it's hard to explain just how hard these conditions are on your equipment. And this is, again, really is the race that measures all, and also on your equipment, that's for sure. It's going to be drama. I think we're up for a good one today, and we haven't seen the last bit of drama yet. I can assure you that.
Absolutely, as the lead group drop into another piece of a single track there. And again, it was very evident that the last man in that group was Jordan Saru. And there is the women's group seemingly all together, which is a good sign. Computer Mania, it's Adelaide Morat there with Cherie Redeker on her back. Here comes Jenny Stennerhach riding up to the front end with Candice Lill dictating the pace. Jenny, just the Swedish national champion on the left-hand side there, riding with Amy McDougall. And they, at the moment, in fourth place for Team Fairtree.
Yeah, we can see the women here still all together. By now, they have almost 6 or 7 days in their legs, and the amount of fatigue in their bodies at this point, it's hard to describe unless you have experienced that on your own body. But if you have the opportunity to sit up for a little bit and rest yourself before it really gets intense, it can be quite tempting.
Yeah, I understand it'll be a little frustrating that we're not able to get consistent feed from our cameras out on the course, but bear with us. It is very, very tricky to keep the signal clean all the way through in this sort of weather and these sort of conditions, and so we will do everything in our power to bring you consistent images of the riders making their way around Wellington. A day that was altered last night due to the incoming weather, and that weather arrived. It was predicted to have arrived on Thursday evening. It didn't, but it certainly arrived last night in a deluge of rain falling from around 9 p.m. until pretty much early this morning, and has left the track and the trail very, very muddy and slick and slippery in certain sectors, and therefore some of those have been taken out for safety reasons, and also for reasons of getting into the trail to perhaps save and get to riders, the emergency teams. So as our women are still rolling out on the district road under the guidance of Candice Lill of Faces CST. They have everything to gain today in terms of the general classification as the Grand Masters train rolls by with the captain and main conductor Bart Brentjens on the front.
We see two different races there, the race for the Grandmasters, and the women's category is a bit of a tactical situation right now, and Candice Lill at the front just keeping things rolling along, and no doubt they'll be waiting for the super selective points at the race in the latter half of today's stage. And right now taking some respite after some fierce racing over the last few days. They just are a group watching each other group together, and will look to accelerate the pace. Certainly in the Python climb, we expect to see some big action going on, and of course coming up to the Land Rover Technical Terrain around about the 70-kilometer mark.
Well, they might. We've just seen the men head off the district road and onto the first bit of climb, and we saw action there immediately. And the women, it may happen there. There is the elite men's group now, seemingly all together. It looks like Jordan Saru is a little bit closer, but someone's got a mechanical there. That's Becking, who's pulled over. So that is a trouble for Hans Becking and Team Buff Scott. He stopped dead in the trail, and Diaz has stopped around the corner and will come scrambling back. Meanwhile, Team Bulls will surge on with 91 Songo Specialized on their wheels.
A bad sign that when an athlete starts reaching into their back pocket for something, let's hope it's just a rear tire, something that's quite easy to fix and plug, and no doubt getting some CO2 into that tire as soon as possible. They'll have a plan.
Yes, it looks like they had a flat tire. He was pulling out CO2, but it looks like they're just about to have it all under control. No, is he reaching for another plug? Let's see what happens here. Definitely it's something with a flat tire, because I could see he was having a CO2 bomb in his hands. Now they need to make sure that they don't block traffic. Yeah, moving over nicely. It's good sportsmanship. You want to fix your mechanical, but you also don't want it to be in the way of other riders.
Now, the team they are most interested in is the team that's just gone past them, Trek Pirelli, in third on general classification, 2 minutes and 43. They had eked out perhaps a minute on them, and now they've gone past them. So the day turns into a very different one for Hans Becking and Jose Diaz here.
And just as I keep referring to, this is a day battling elements just as much as your rivals. And we can see here the riders trying to locate the hole in the tire by, they had to wash the tire to actually be in order to see where is the hole and to fix it. Yeah, and you know what? This is not going to be the last mechanical we see of today. This is going to be so intense you have no idea.
I hope they're not listening they don't go back and listen to this, because you've said it about 10 minutes ago. This day is going to bring us drama, and this is exactly what we're seeing here. Diaz runs up the trail. They seem to have sorted Becking's bike out, and they'll be on their way very shortly with a couple of riders backing up behind them. And I think that's time to have nano time. So drama at the sharp end here. It is going to be a chase now for Buff Scott, winner of the last two stages. They've looked imperious all the way from Soronsberg to Wellington, but now they've been confronted with a serious challenge.
And when you do get a mechanical like we just saw the Buff Scott team here get, actually it's so important that you try to stay calm, because we haven't seen the last bit of mechanicals today, and it is likely that one of the team ahead of them will get a mechanical, and with that they can catch up. So stay smooth, stay calm, and just continue. Just keep riding. And you can see here they managed their mechanical just fine. Now up and riding and all good. Now just settle into a nice pace, and we know that they're strong. We know they're feeling good. So they should be fine. But wow, drama on, huh?
Yeah, and when you see your closest rivals go past you when you are stopped dead on the trail, that's a mental blow that they've got to cope with, deal with, and as you've illustrated there, be calm about. Look how they've progressed through this race. 10th on the prologue, 5th on stage 1, 4th on stage 2, then a broken chain on stage 3 saw them slip down to 8th, but they surged through in stage 4 to take the win into Godini Spa, and then yesterday and a blistering attack by Becking, followed by Diaz up the steep climb, the Alpe d'Huez climb towards the end, saw them take their second stage win in a row. 4th on GC and 2:43 behind third place. The chase is on for Team Buff Scott's Jose Diaz and Hans Becking.
One of the insights that we learned from Carl Platt, and certainly served him well with 5 wins in the Absa Cape Epic, is that his major tactic, if there was they would call it disaster management, and they were the masters of disaster management, was to not go full gas to try and catch up to the group if there was a mechanical, if there was a broken chain or a puncture. And it was really important that he passed on to whichever teammate he rode with, is that you don't have to catch the back up to the bunch in 20 minutes or half an hour. You only have to catch back up as the riders go over the finish line. So with that, we could say that it's important to pace very carefully and not go too much into the red and burn matches, just to get back to that bunch before the major selection parts of the race happen.
Big Mike Posthumus and Darren Smith, his partner, hanging in behind him as the women have left the district road and now start that first little pitch up onto the slopes of Grunberg and Mariska Strauss, just looking up and no doubt using Darren Smith as an anchor to pull on and to drag them up this climb. And a little bit further back, you might have seen Amy McDougall, just an arm out there, giving Jenny Stenhoff a little push into the group. And Liv Lapierre also hanging in here. Sarah Hill and Vera Lossa in that group.
Yes, the racing is really on now in the women's field. We've left the flatter parts, going into the more selective kind of terrain with climbs and descents, and we'll see this field split up a lot. We can also see that faces CST, as we predicted, very happy to take initiative at the front. This race is all theirs to win. They have nothing to lose. They know they carry good momentum. They know that they are very close, second, third place in the overall, and they can easily move themselves up to second place today.
In the men's race, Bulls are driving the pace here with 91 Songo Specialized on their wheels, as they know that Buff Scott are going to be chasing hard to try and close the gap to them here on stage number 6 of the Absa Cape Epic. So drama unfolding here, and Steven Steepjohn and Martin Fry look to be seizing an opportunity here to perhaps chase a first stage win here, and just put a bit of distance between them and Trek Pirelli. Look over the shoulder. What damage have we done?
And they'll be looking backwards. It's we have the luxury of a bird's eye view of the race. We have good access to the time checks. We can see the race from the air, in fact, with a helicopter, but down on the ground, it's not always easy to know exactly what's happening in the race. The Bulls were at the front, or they were near to the front when Hans Becking had that flat tire. They will have seen him pull off. They won't know exactly how bad the situation was with the mechanical. They might not even know exactly what the mechanical involved. But what they do know is that there is a gap, and that Hans Becking and Jose Diaz of Team Buff Scott have been distanced, so they will try and make that count as much as possible. No team wants to capitalize on the disaster of another, but when racing, when there's so much at stake, any advantage will be taken, and the Bulls are absolutely going flat out. They have a lot to gain from this. They are able to eliminate, or at least reduce, the threat of the resurgent Buff Scott team, and of course the Trek Pirelli team are lying third overall. And also there is a strong chance that they could be in for a stage win. The Bulls haven't, this Bulls team haven't won a stage yet. There's Huber and Simon Schneller have won a stage, but Simon Steepjohn, in fact, throughout the history of the race, has still yet to win a stage.
Yes, I think he's on his 8th Absa Cape Epic, so he's looking for that. He's ridden for so many years in service of Carl Platt and Urs Huber. Carl Platt and Stefan Salmon. Now, this is Becking and Diaz, and if judging by we saw Trek Pirelli come through here a short while ago, they're working really hard and looking to be closing this gap. But as Neil has said, they just got to be wary of not pushing too hard in closing that gap. But look at the pace being set here by the Bulls. Martin Fry and Simon Steepjohn are absolutely hammering it.
Yes, and this is how they have to race. They have to grab this opportunity to get an advantage. It's absolutely the right tactic. It's going to be very exciting to see whether the Buff Scott will manage to claw their way back.
Peter de Toy and Philip Bass of Pyga Eurosteel now. Now this all have ripples down the race. Ooh, that didn't sound good as Bass clicked into a gear going onto that road, as we look at The Team Bulls on the front here, Beers just sitting, and they don't have to do anything today. 91 Songo Specialized, their closest rivals, keep them within touching distance, and they will have a safe passage around. Jordan Saru.
And Matt today here really has an important role to play. We kind of sensed earlier that Matt is for sure the stronger partner today. We've seen him struggling other days, but it looks like today Matt Beers is the stronger of the two, and he does not want to. He would do everything he can to get Jordan Saru with him throughout the stage nice and.
So Team Bulls and 91 Songo Specialized are pushing for all they can. Not really 91 Songo Specialized, but Team Bulls in this lead group of 2 teams after the troubles that befell Team Buff Scott Hans Becking and his partner Jose Diaz. Becking got the puncture, and they are now trying to chase back to regain contact with this group. Ahead of them were Trek Pirelli, and so they are their closest rivals on GC. A look over his shoulder now by Pride will give them an assessment. They can't see another team just yet. Drama unfolding here on
the racing is certainly a lot hotter right now. We saw that Simon Stepjohn has opened his gilet. It's a little, it's a vest that helps shield the riders from the wind, and just an extra layer. And he has unzipped it. Of course, it's now flapping in the wind. There is a slight aerodynamic disadvantage of that, showing that usually he would want to just sit up and take it off and put it back into his pocket, but clearly there was no time to do that. It's all about putting down as much power as possible. We saw Martin Fry, his partner, at the front, which clearly indicates that Martin Fry's woes yesterday, he was struggling a little bit, maybe not quite as much in touch with the very fastest riders. And today, absolutely no problem, as we are back to Buff Scott mountain biking. Jose Diaz clearly on form today, spending some time at the front. Now, the big question is, how far up the road are Trek Pirelli? We saw them past Buff Scott on that trail when Hans Becking was repairing that rear tire, which took rather a long time to repair. They were looking for that leaky hole. They'd plugged it. It looks like they'd put a couple of plugs into that hole. Trek Pirelli are up the road, and Trek Pirelli won't know exactly what's happening. They won't know what the gap is, but they might want to keep the pressure on. They won't want to wait. They know that they can gain from the firepower of Jose Diaz and Hans Becking to catch back on to the Bulls and the lead group of the Bulls and 91 Songo Specialized. But not knowing exactly how far back the Buff Scott team are, they will keep the pressure on, which makes it all the harder for Buff Scott to chase. No tactics on the road right now. There will be no time checks to the Trek Pirelli team, so they will just go all out and try to fend off the catch of Buff Scott mountain biking.
Oh, drama. It's what is unfolding here as we see a rider just ahead there. And again, it's Jordan Saru here who's just digging so deep to stay with this group.
Yeah, and it's, relatively speaking, it's quite early in the race already. Normally, we kind of see the finale a little bit deeper into the race, but now he's been struggling from almost the first pedal stroke, and wow, this is very exciting. This is very exciting, and really now this will put a huge responsibility on Matt Beers in order to get Jordan through as good as possible. Really just limit the damage.
Well, it is everything we expected today on Stage 6. The race has delivered drama every day, but as we get closer to the finish at Val de Vie Estate, so the magnifying glass shines brighter and deeper onto the sharp end of the race. So any little error becomes more and more important, as we've seen any little error or incident like that puncture. And it can have a major impact on the overall standings. Becking and Diaz chasing Pirelli, Trek Pirelli. How are they going to manage the day, knowing now that Becking and Diaz are expending energy in trying to catch them? Are they going to try and just hang with them and make sure they don't get ahead again? It's one of those fascinating days as we see it all unfold right in front of us here.
And Trek Pirelli, the reason they're not in touch with this very front group is because they just simply didn't have the firepower. They were struggling on those early climbs. So the clearly on form are Huntsbeking. They were the ones that forced the paces, Huntsbeking and Jose Diaz, Team Buff Scott. So Pirelli were distance from that. And the reason that Buff Scott are now chasing to two groups back, in fact, was because of that mechanical that took them rather a long time to repair. So they'll look to pick off Trek Pirelli, who are clearly ailing in comparison. We say ailing at a very high level, ailing in comparison to the top teams up the road as they head into that water point. The water point is at 48 kilometers to go, so we are past the halfway point right now. And we expect to be finished, the men expect to be finished around about 10 past 11. So we are coming up for the last hour of the race.
So one of them have stopped to repair. That must be Becking. At least one of the leaders, the Bulls team, might have stopped there.
I think it was Jordan Sarrou. And it looked like he was, you know, throwing his hydration vest. If I am not mistaken, it could be that. Interesting move, because was it worth it? Now he has to spend a little bit more energy to catch back on his partner, Matt, and he was already looking like he was a man on the limit, Jordan Sarrou. But yeah, tough day out.
And the Bulls are showing absolutely no mercy for that. They are keeping the pressure on. That little gap there, Jordan Sarrou would dearly love to just close those 5 extra meters. And the Bulls making it just the extra. They can sense that there's an issue. There is a slight climb there, just putting the power down, knowing that they're making it difficult for Jordan Sarrou, and perhaps Jordan Sarrou having to burn a match just to get back on. Knows how important it is to stay in touch. Just bodes badly for the Frenchman going into the stage. Bulls will remember this when it comes to the super selective parts of the race. A long way back to Trek Pirelli, who have passed through 1 minute down. And then we will look very carefully to see how much time Buff Scott mountain biking have lost.
So Trek Pirelli in third place, a minute down, and with Bulls driving the pace on the front of that group there, it is going to be very, very hard for this pair to get back to that group.
One thing that we will keep a very close watch, and we'll get our spotters on the ground to give us the information, but if there is a team that has an issue with the tire, an issue with the wheel, or anything like that, any kind of mechanical issue, they are likely to go into the tech zone, and they are given an extra set of wheels that they can plant at each tech zone. They may well change that tire to reduce the risk throughout the day. They will want a fresh tire. Here they come. 2 minutes back, so they have to make up a 2-minute deficit. They will look to Trek Pirelli to leapfrog, jump onto that team, and then use that as a springboard to get back to 91 Songo Specialized and the Bulls.
Definitely not impossible to close that gap. Especially, we know that they are feeling good, they're feeling strong, they have a lot of momentum at the moment, so not impossible to close down that gap at all. Especially here on this particular section of the course, because they have visual contact with the team ahead of them, and that makes all the difference, because it gives you a lot of hope, a lot of optimism, looking ahead and seeing your rivals up the road. And and now this is a crucial point, huh?
Yeah, it's Sarrou and Beers of 91 Songo Specialized. The first time we've seen a significant little gap there. The elastic hasn't quite snapped yet, but Sarrou really does look as though he's suffering.
Yeah, he's all over the bike. You can see his body language. He's just forcing the pedal strokes through. It's definitely not a smooth day for him at all. But they've been looking quite strong all week out, and this is why you have to put a lot of emphasis on the last couple of days on a stage race like this, because so much can change from what we saw in the early days.
Exactly. Simon Stiepjan was the man who was on the back of the lead group for those first 2 days, 3 days. Look at him now. Yesterday he was on the front for most of the day. Here he is driving the pace again.
Certainly has a physiology of a marathoner for sure, and he's able to resist that decline that happens throughout the race on the physiologies of athletes. There is a natural decline in ability and power output, and clearly Simon Stiepjan has the ability to resist that. And we talk so much about deep into the race. We use that phrase so much, and this is exactly where we are. We are very deep into the race, certainly in the latter half on stage 6. Only one stage to go after this, and Simon Stiepjan of the Bulls really making it count together.
Now look at this, back to the women's race. as we predicted, Faces CST taking a lot of initiative today. They carried so much momentum from a couple of good days, the last couple of days. We know they have every opportunity to grab second overall, lying third at the moment, but just a few minutes or less, I can't remember, but very little time behind this team, Team Salesmed. So good move from the Faces CST, and Salesmed will have to limit the damage.
121 was the gap at the start of the day between second place Salesmed of Ariane Luthi and Robin de Groot, and third place Faces CST of Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss. So you caught a glimpse of Mariska Strauss, her helmet very white and clean on the front. She's done a lot of work on the front of that group as Mariska today, as Amy McDougall leads Jenny Steenhaag through, and then we'll have Adelaide Morath and Cherie Redeker. So that first little pitch there has created the split in the women's group, and we're seeing the drama unfold in both the men's and women's races. Not necessarily, although in fact in the men's race there is drama at the very front of the race, with 91 Songo Specialized looking under a bit of pressure today. But in the women's race it's about second place that is under threat. The second place of Salusmed coming under threat from Faces CST.
And it is very likely, looking to the stage profile today, and only just having started to go into the very sawtooth kind of area of the route, that we'll see gaps opening up, like relatively big gaps. Because if you're just like 1 or 2% off from what you normally your normal level, today will really punish you.
Well, the Bulls are punishing 91 Songo Specialized here, because they continue to drive a pace on the front out of the saddle just to stay with his partner Simon Stubjan, is Martin Fry. And they're determined on a number of fronts here to win a stage, and it's so doing now with 91 Songo Specialized under pressure to capitalize that and maybe eke back some of those 6 minutes and 39 seconds they can here on the stage.
I think their first priority will be to distance this team and to put them under as much pressure as possible. Perhaps you could say their next priority, combined with overall, will be to win that stage. They have not won a stage yet. Simon Stubjan has completed 7 Absa Cape Epics, Fry 2, and not having yet won a stage. And line honors is a hugely prestigious thing to have in your palmares, and no doubt the Bulls will be aiming for that. And the added bonus will be to move up on GC. It's clear that this is the strongest team on the road right now. We are, of course, discounting the very powerful Buff Scott mountain biking, but with their mechanical, with their difficulties, with their rear tire out on the road, they have been distanced, and they are now chasing in what we now could call the third group. They're almost the fourth group, actually, on the road. We have out front the Bulls, the second team on the road, all separated out. Matt Beers and Jordan Suru, 91 Songo Specialized, the race leaders. And back some way, around about a minute back, perhaps a little bit longer by now, is Trek Pirelli. And a further 50 seconds from them is the chasing Buff Scott mountain biking. Strongest on the day from what we could see. Buff Scott mountain biking were very much on the front, on the power. And it's all to play for at the Absa Cape Epic Stage 6.
Yeah, and it's wonderful to see how unpredictable this race is. We all thought that it was the other Bulls teams that were supposed to be best in the GC, and now everything has turned upside down. It's good racing.
Exactly what it is. As they turn this, they are heading in towards the Python climb now, which is a very, very tough single track climb that winds through the blue gums on a whitish surface. It's going to be a really, really tough climb. There's the gap. It's Beers has been driving the pace here to try and regain contact with the Bulls. They're just ahead there, so the climb is going to be critical for these as we again get those images from our drone out on the route there. Fantastic. Staying with the race. Highly skilled pilots flying the drone. Farmers have made their way up and their families onto the base of the climb, and they go.
And now we can see the sun is much more out than when they started the stage earlier this morning. It was very wet, so much rain during the night, and with the sun coming out, we can expect the mud to become much more sticky, and it will stick to the brakes, to the drivetrain, to the riders, to everything. And how will that affect the race? What kind of mechanicals are we going to see? Who will be masters of nursing the equipment throughout the entire stage? Because anything can happen until the finish line. And I promise you, we have not seen the last mechanical of today.
Especially with the riders on the limit, it is white hot racing now. This is racing at its fiercest at the Absa Cape Epic. Some of the really the fiercest stage we've seen so far. So early on in the stage, we still have almost an hour to go of racing. In fact, more than an hour to go of racing. So we need to be watching these teams carefully, and anything that can go wrong with the mechanicals can absolutely cause devastation with a rider or a team's overall GC hopes. You can see not too far away, we've got the Bulls team not able to really capitalize on that game. All credit to Matthew Beers and Jordan Saru for keeping that all under control. We are in a highly selective point in the race, a really tricky point in the race. The Bulls, Simon Stiebjan, obviously on full gas, wanting to make his advantage count, not able to really create as much of a gap as he would like to secure the stage win and take back some time on overall.
Yeah, they've worked really hard, Beers and Saru. Perhaps in a way Saru will feel a little more at home in this territory, although it's going uphill. It's more to his liking than the flats.
Yeah, this is more the kind of terrain that he's used to. But then again, it's not easy getting up those climbs. You need to be able to put down the power, and it's still not over. Still a long way to go. So managing your energy is crucial.
Now the thing with the Bulls right now, they certainly had the opportunity to create a bigger gap, and it's all about the cards you play. And Simon Stiebjan has certainly played his cards, but looking at that gap right now with Matthew Beers, it's shortening. They're using that twisty section to catch back on, and that advantage that the Bulls worked so hard to create, that gap that they really went full gas to extend, is now been reduced. And in fact, it's pretty much been wiped out now. So credit to 91 Songo Specialized, fantastic defense of their race lead. And be interesting to see what they do tactically right now. If they let the Bulls continue to lead, just take some time to recover, or will they go full gas and cooperate with the Bulls to extend their lead on Trek Pirelli and Buff Scott?
This is BMC KTM heading into the Python climb now. And BMC KTM were 2 minutes and 42 down at the last checkpoint at 48 kilometers behind Martin Fry and Simon Stiebjan. But they're on a good day, BMC KTM, as they make their way up the GC. They're in 7th place going into today's stage, 45 minutes down, but just 4 minutes behind 6th place Paiga Eurosteel. So Zanotti and his partner, who is, of course, Filippo Colombo.
And I can promise you that for Matt Beers and Jordan Saru right now being in the leader's jersey, only having one more stage to go after today, their only focus today is get through safely and limit the damage. They're not gonna risk everything for a stage win. They have their eyes on this yellow jersey because it is, for both of them, such a unique thing to be able to win this race, and getting through today safely, not taking any risks, will be their main priority.
Let's get an idea of how tough this climb is for these riders. These are the best riders in the world, digging so deep, getting out of the saddle, and it's made all the more tricky. The sandy bits will be grippy, but they're pieces of stone and slate here that'll be slippery, so you've got to keep your wits about you.
The race is all stretched out now. We've seen the Bulls and 91 Songo Specialized get back in touch with the Bulls. So it's those two teams out front, and then about a minute back or so, a little bit more than a minute back, Trek Pirelli, and another further 50 seconds back approximately. We don't have the most recent time checks right now, but approximately 50 seconds back. And the 5th team on the race is the team that in the stage is the team that we see in front of us right now. That's BMC KTM's Colombo and Zanotti.
Wonderful images there. That was courtesy of Tim, our pilot, with the drone, really taking us into the race, just following them up, flying his drone just behind the riders there with expertise and skill. Talking about expertise and skill, this is the lead group. Beers and Jordan Saru have regained contact.
We talk so much about the spectacular parts of the race, the attacks and the dramatic parts, but really what sets champions apart from the rest of the field are moments like this for Jordan Saru and Matt Beers. The moments of difficulty where things are really, the pressure's really on, and they're under massive firepower and huge attacks from the bulls. Bulls really threw everything at that, and the pair of 91 Songa Specialized, Jordan Saru and Matt Beers, just gradually crept their way back up to the rear wheel of Martin Fry, and showing that they are well-deserved leaders of this race right now.
This is the topping out of the Python climb. It's like a lazy giant snake lying on the slopes of this mountain, and it lies in wait for all the riders as they'll come up here. It'll get progressively a little more cut up as they come up, but not too badly because it's a climb. But what this will do for Jordan Saru and Matt Beers in terms of energizing them and giving them a huge boost as they progress towards the end of this stage, and the race itself is like, we've still got it, no problem, we did this perfectly well, we've managed to regain contact, and we know that the bulls have pushed perhaps a little bit out of their comfort zone for a little while to try and break us. They didn't.
They've certainly burnt a few matches, for sure, Gerald. That's pretty apparent from this. They're looking back probably to survey the damage, and the temptation for them would be to be a little bit disappointed that their efforts amounted to to very little when it came to distancing 91 Songa Specialized and increasing their overall lead. But they have to look at the positive. They have to look to the fact that they have put big time, major advantage into the team chasing, and that would be Trek Pirelli, and of course the team that had the mechanical, Buff Scott, struggling with that puncture and not quite fixing it that quickly. They were battling to get that hole filled. We saw them washing the tire and just that water on the hole just to see if it was still leaking. The old technique when we were youngsters of finding where the hole in the inner tube, they were using that just to see where the bubbling section of that tire was. And it seems that they have repaired it. They are back on the road. We need to get a time check at the next timing point, and no doubt after this climb we'll have a good idea of the progress of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz of Buff Scott.
Looking to these two teams now here at the front, it seems like Jordan Saru is having a rough day. He probably doesn't have as many matches, so to speak, to burn, meaning that he won't have the ability to make those attacks. He has more like a steady pace that can get him through, whereas we see at the front the Bulls teams, they do have matches, but the question is, do they have more matches left? And if they do, and if they are aware of that they still have 1 or 2 matches to burn, key thing for them is to choose the right point if they want to burn another match, because they can see they can kind of up the pace for a moment and then they have to pay for it. So for them, picking the right time to eventually or possibly burn another match to try to put in an attack is absolutely crucial. And yeah, we'll see if they'll try and do that.
Well, Simon Steve John knows these trails probably as well as Matt Beers. The two riders, the Bulls spend an enormous amount of time ahead of the Absa Cape Epic at its regular time in March and ahead of their season, preparing and living pretty much in Wellington Parle area. So he knows these trails very, very well indeed, and he'll know where the potential moment will come where he can perhaps exert the attack. But does he and Martin Fry have that in them? And that's the question will only be answered as we see them head towards the finish. Beautiful trails, these up above Wellington here, the Wild Boar Trails of Wellington and Velvet Pass. They're spectacular, and the riders in the 2021 Absa Cape Epic getting to experience the full beauty of these trails. Bulls and 91 Songa Specialized And in pursuit of them, Trek Pirelli, Samuele Porro and Fabian Ravensteiner of Italy. They were in third overall, but just 2 minutes and 43 seconds ahead of Buff Scott, Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, as we see them at 54 kilometers now. So remember, this stage is not as it was originally designed at 90 kilometers, but around about 82 kilometers due to alterations made to the route due to the heavy rain that was expected and did arrive overnight, making certain sections potentially very, very dangerous and inaccessible for emergency crews. So that's why it is not quite as it was originally planned.
See 91 Songo Specialized still riding defensively. They haven't, if they did want to overtake, there's not much opportunity to overtake on the single track sections. And it's definitely, they seem to be leaving it up to the bulls to set the pace. It suits them very well. They can ride defensively. They can take it, they can take a relatively so a back seat to the race pace. They're not obliged tactically to set the pace right now. The bulls have far more to gain from this. They have to gain time on Trek Pirelli. They also have a stage to win. There is still an empty spot in the team caravan for a prize, for a space in their palmares of a stage win at the Absa Cape Epic. And 91 Songo Specialized will no doubt be aware of this. It's all part of bike racing, is the awareness of the opposition, awareness of your rivals, and exactly what their agenda is, and guessing just what they'll be doing at the critical points.
And you can see here that our team 91 Songo Specialized grabbing the opportunity to take in some food. And it looked like they had something wrapped in foil, so some solid food, maybe a sandwich, a rice cake, only eating gels and drinking liquid throughout the day like this sometimes can be really, really hard on your stomach, and getting just every now and then a little bit of solid food is actually quite nice.
Yeah, key moment there. They came out of the single track and immediately onto the road to feed, because they knew that the single track coming, you've got to take every opportunity when it presents itself, and they did so. That's Bart Brenchens flying through in the Masters, as he's just behind the women. We just saw a glimpse of Faces CST and 91 Songo Specialized still together there in that group.
Still together. Will this be the day where Faces CST win their first stage in this race? Will be interesting to see. I mean, we've seen them carry so much momentum the last couple of days, and they could easily go for a stage win today or tomorrow.
Will this be the first day that the 91 Songo Specialized don't win a stage?
That is the question. It's still a highly selective part. There's a last selective climb, Golden Mile, before the finish, and they no doubt will have that. They have their eyes on that. They do keep a sticker on their stems or on their top tubes of their bikes, so they'll have a full view, or I guess an overview of the stage to come. And I'll be looking at those spots where the major obstacles of the route are approaching. And right now we're getting some great visuals of the bulls flying ahead of team 91 Songo Specialized. 91 Songo Specialized defending and staying in very close touch. They did have to close the gap, and no doubt burning some matches to keep that gap under control. Just some way back, we see Ariane Luthi just setting the pace on the descents, and Robin de Groot, team Salismed, not quite as on form as we saw them during the earlier part of the week, and the resurgent Faces CST very much in touch with the race leaders 91 Songo Specialized.
This could be the day where we see a change in GC in the women's field. We knew that team Faces CST and team Salismed were lying pretty close in the overall in second and third position, and the way that Faces CST is riding today, we could easily see them move up. So they definitely are on fire and have huge motivation for riding as fast as they can today.
I'd hazard a guess that that has already happened on the stage at the moment. Just where we saw Faces CST and the time it took for Salismed to pass through that same spot. The gap was 1 minute and 21 at the start of the stage. I reckon they're probably virtually in second place now of Faces CST. They won't know that, but they'll be looking to consolidate and make sure that they can retain that and not get too excited. So it's playing that game. Yes, if they win the stage, That's going to be a wonderful achievement, but key to them is to just get as much time on Salusmed and try and take the second place from Arjan Luthi and Robin de Groot.
Absolutely, and we can see here the men's field, it seems like the pace has settled for a little bit. We don't see the same attacking momentum from the Bulls team. For sure they'll try and ride fast, but also steady. It's still a long way to go, and if you burn all your matches too early in the stage, it can be tough just to make it to the finish line.
Beautiful trails again. We do talk about them a lot, but it's it's what defines this event in many ways. We know how tough the event is, but they also get to ride these trails that have been built and prepared not just for this event, but really is spectacular. This is the lead group, and again, Faces CST on the front and setting the pace.
And look at the gap back to third place. It is enormous, and for Team Salusmed, this is tough because they can't see any of the teams ahead of them. They can just feel that the gap might be growing, and yeah, we'll see how they go today.
And if you look at the GC after yesterday's stage, the 91 Songa Specialized very much in a commanding lead with 28 minutes over Team Salusmed, and in third spot is Faces CST 30 minutes and 12 seconds. So that's a 1 minute 21 time gap between Faces CST and Salusmed. And as we said earlier, it looks like that gap has been wiped out. We will wait for the next time check to get a virtual leaderboard. And as soon as they pass through, they will know just how much time Team Salusmed have lost on today.
Flowing here, the Bulls and 91 Songa Specialized, with Jordan Saru and Matt Beers having closed down a gap that opened up probably 10-12 seconds at best, and then as they headed into the Python climb, they pulled it back. Beers driving a pace on the district road ahead of that climb, and then Saru and Beers just shutting it down on those switchbacks up the climb as Stipjan and Fry try for all they're worth to win the stage here.
But amazing recovery from Jordan Saru. You can see he was suffering so badly, dropping back. But now it seems like he managed his energy quite well and actually recovered quite well from it. And will this pace allow him to recover even more so he can, will it going to be a final sprint? Are they going to arrive at the finish line together? We'll see.
Water point down below there, Dulov is where they are heading. That's a way to go still, though. They duck back into the forest here.
Tremendous images we're getting from the helicopter. We were concerned that with the conditions, the rain and the wind, that we weren't going to get a chance to see these fantastic aerial photographs or visuals. And we're really fortunate to be able to, living in an age where we can broadcast live from super remote regions and see the untamed terrain unfold before us, and some fierce racing as well. So we've got some certainly fierce racing today, with Team Bulls capitalizing on the mechanical and also on the faltering of Team Trek Pirelli. Mechanicals by Hans Becking above Scott just looked like they couldn't quite plug that hole in the tire quickly enough to stay in touch. They did lose around about 2 minutes or so trying to repair that tire. Also not in any small way due to the fact that the Bulls absolutely went full gas on that tar climb outside of the water point, putting even more time into Jose Diaz and Hans Becking. We look to the time check to see what the damage is, these two teams out front, and what the race looks like behind them.
They're up on the slopes of those mountains here in Wellington. Cloud is still quite low and breaking up, so there's a bit of sunshine peeking through every now and again, drying the trail all the while. But you can bet that those riders, the amateurs, are going to have some pretty torrid, muddy trails to deal with. But that's what riding the Absa Cape Epic is all about. It's the race that measures all, and certainly by the end of this week's event, those medals, those finishers' medals, will be highly earned, deserved, and cherished by the riders as we head towards the critical phase of stage 6 of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic. With a race on the front of the men's race, there's a race on the front of the women's race here, and Paces CST, Laura Stigger is having a look at something there.
Yes.
What's going on there?
I can tell you what's going on. So I know Laura had this issue in the past. She's wearing contact lenses, and it looks like she's lost one of her contact lenses. Oh, this is not good. That means that vision is going to be tough for her. I hope she managed to recover from that. It looked like she was taking off her gloves and somehow getting back her contact lens. Well, drama.
Yeah, I mean,
not the kind of mechanical you would expect.
Who would have picked that as a race-defining moment? It won't be, we hope, but yeah, one of those many facets that can define this event.
Exactly, and with conditions like that, there's so much mud spraying into your face, and if you're wearing glasses, those glasses will be covered in mud, and you would choose between like trying to wipe the lenses, or you would take them completely off. But if you take them off, you'll get all the mud in your eye. And if you wear contact lenses, oof, that is not good.
Oh, well, fascinating how the different issues can impact the races. Team Bulls and 91 Songo Specialized still on the front, nearing 2.5 hours of racing today. The total distance in and around 82 kilometers they're racing today, as Mariska Strauss and Candice Hill now alongside each other continue to drive the pace. Most importantly for them, to drive themselves away from Team Salusmed. That is vital for them as they try and get into second place on general classification. The gap was just 1 minute and 21 at the start of the day today. The gap to 91 Songo Specialized at the front of the race is a little less surmountable. 28 minutes it was, 28:51 to Salusmed at the start of the day today, and 30 minutes and 12 seconds to Paces CST. So the race is all about second place here.
As we see riders remembering to take in nutrition, it's easy to forget to do that, especially if it's not that hot a day and maybe you don't feel like drinking, but you need to stay hydrated, you need to stay fueled, you need to continue eating. So absolutely crucial going into tomorrow's final day.
Both Stigger and Fry wearing leggings today.
Yeah, so it's slightly colder, and staying warm is crucial. Sometimes it can feel like your muscles, your body, everything shuts down if you get too cold. And you can see here Team 91 Songo Specialized really prioritizing staying warm, wearing vests, arm warmers, leg warmers, whereas Team Paces CST, well, they're just going to keep on riding hard, so to stay warm. Different tactics here.
We just saw the sign there. They have 1 kilometer to go to that water point number 2, and that is at the 33-kilometer mark. And we'll see these two teams go through, but the big telling moment of the race will be how far back the Team Salusmed is.
The elite women at the sharp end of the race. Team Paces CST of the South Africans, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, and on their wheels, their overall race leaders, 91 Songo Specialized, Laura Stigger and Sina Fry, who have a very comfortable 28-minute lead on general classification. But the motivation for Team Paces CST, Lill and Strauss, is to try and drive as much time between them and Team Salusmed, who are back in 3rd place on the stage, but 2nd overall, and just 1 minute and 21 ahead on general classification of Paces CST. So their motivation is to try and take 2nd place overall at the end of today's stage. The men's race is being led by 2 teams at the moment. Team Bulls right on the front. They've been there pretty much most of the meaningful part of today. And 91 Songo Specialized, the overall race leaders, are Matt Beers of South Africa and Jordan Saru, the Frenchman, who have worn the yellow jerseys since winning the prologue on the slopes of Table Mountain on Sunday. It seemed like weeks ago because we had so much drama, so much change in terrain and weather. But it was just over a week ago, or just under a week ago, that they won that prologue. And they've had drama today because they lost contact with the bulls, and they had to dig very deep after the 48 kilometre mark to close that gap, which they've successfully done, and are now in contact with Team Bulls. They've yet to win a stage on this race. In fact, Steve John in his 8th Absa Cape Epic has yet to win a stage. He's been at the sharp end many times and be on the overall podium, but is yet to win a stage. The drama further back is Hans Becking and Jose Diaz, the Team Buffscott pair, who are chasing a place on the podium. They're trying to put pressure on Trek Pirelli, who are 2:43 back on general classification, and were doing so until Hans Becking picked up a puncture. They lost probably around about 2 minutes trying to fix that puncture. Trek Pirelli went past them, and now they are no doubt trying to chase them down and regain contact with at least Trek Pirelli. Whether they'll make contact with this group is probably unlikely, because there's motivation for the Bulls here to try and win the stage.
Yeah, it's quite clear they are going for a stage win today. Key question here is, will they have 1 or 2 matches left in order to place an attack at some point before the finish line, or will this all come down to a sprint finish?
We've seen a few of those this week. We've also seen some solo finishes, notably Becking and Diaz have won the last 2 stages, but they're not seemingly going to win this one.
And we can see here Matt Beers probably being the strongest in their team between Jordan and him right now, letting Jordan riding ahead of him so he can constantly see if Jordan were to have another rough patch throughout the day, so he can help him immediately instead of having Jordan on his back wheel, because if something happens, it's more difficult to react instantly if something were to happen with Jordan. So smart move, good team riding here.
The ever important communication between the riders, and it is a difficult thing with professional riders in racing in general, because one of the most important thing is not actually revealing too much to your rival, not showing if you're suffering, not showing if you're going through any difficulties, but at the same time need to make your partner very much aware of your current state of being. So the partner is also almost up to the partner to know and to have a sense of how the other rider is doing. But that's the dynamic of mountain bike stage racing and 2-person team racing, where it's important to stay in communication at all times, but at the same time not reveal too much to the rivals.
Yeah, it's a game of poker for many, and we saw that unfold yesterday in the most graphic way on the slopes of the Obiqua Mountains, when Hans Becking, sitting at the back of the lead group in the men's race, looked to be taking a bit of strain. They'd won the stage before. We were speculating that maybe they'd gone a bit deep and that they were suffering and they might drop off the group. And as it got to its really critical stage, he just surged from the back of the group to the front. He hooked up with his partner Diaz, Jose Diaz, and off they went, and powered away to take the stage very impressively. So a lot of those psychological games going on in mountain bike stage racing. Meanwhile, Bulls are now drilling it here with Martin Fry on the front of the group. Not often we've seen him on the front, but this is an opportunity for him to set the pace for his teammate Steve John, Saru, and then Beers behind him. We still have the Land Rover Technical Terrain to come, True Grit, and that'll be an opportunity to see these riders fly around and display their consummate skills. Lots of short pitches now, up and down, and then a big climb up to Golden Mile will be perhaps an opportunity for Bulls, if they have something left in the tank, to put an attack in and maybe get away, put some distance into 91 Songo Specialized. 6 minutes and 39 was the gap at the start of the day.
That's on GC, but today they are very much neck and neck, and the Bulls need to be quite careful now. They've spent rather a long time at the front. In fact, they have not left the front of the race since the early stages where there was the big selection. And it's important when it comes to the selective part. There's a punchy climb coming up, Golden Mile, and they'll need to save something for that. And also they need not just to save something, they need to be more or less be able to save what the team behind them right now, 91 Sangre Specialized, can respond to. It's all about guessing how much the other rivals have in the tank and how many matches they've burned to stay in touch. All about measuring efforts and saving something just for the end when it really counts.
Well, let's try and get an insight into what the dynamic is in this group with the man sitting as the 5th rider there on the media e-bike, the Bulls e-bike. It's Stefan Sam, a 3-time winner here. And Stefan, are you hearing us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic,
hey,
Stefan. Yeah.
Everyone.
Hi, Stefan. Thanks for joining us. Give us a little sense of the dynamic in this group here. Have the Bulls got it in them to push for the stage win?
I hope so. Would be cool to see. At the moment, yeah, it's actually quite a quiet situation. Bulls is pulling from the front, and Sangre Specialized do what they have to do, just sit on their wheels. Jordan Saru had a weak moment, but I think he's looking stronger now. Maybe it was just really one weak moment, and he recovered quite well. Matt is controlling from the back. So let's see how this unfolds. I hope the Bulls have something in the tank left.
Yeah, what's the surface like there? We've seen, obviously, it's been very, very wet. What's the riding surface been like for the first portion of the stage?
Yeah, the first sections of the stage there was really ugly. Lots of water on the white tracks. And now it's actually drying up a bit. It's not raining anymore, and the wind helps it as well. But it becomes pretty greasy and unpredictable. So it's yeah, it's quite a challenge for everyone.
And the bikes are there. I mean, in these sort of conditions, they take quite a hammering.
Definitely, especially the brake pads, because with the sand and stuff, it all drops into the calipers, and it gets like grinded away with sanding paper. So this is you need to brake as little as possible.
Can you give us an insight into what the Bulls might have had with their brakes and what they did this morning?
Yeah, for sure they went for metallic brake pads. The resin ones would have gone by the off pads for one.
Okay, Stefan just breaking up there, but Annika can fill us in there.
Yeah, so we touched this point earlier in the race. So you have brake pads, and they come with different compounds. And the softer one, the resin, wear out quite easily. So on a stage like today, you want something with a lot of resistance towards wearing, and you would tend for something more metallic, steel, because they would not wear with the same speed.
Which is, I think, what we just caught Stefan saying there. They went with the metallic brake pads there. Lovely to get that insight from Stefan on the race up front and what the conditions are like, not only the trail, but the bike and the riders as well. Fantastic privilege to have a man who's won 3 Absa Cape Epics down on the trail, and a woman who's won 5 Absa Cape Epics sitting alongside us here, Annika Langveld. It's just phenomenal to have the insight that you bring to it. As we get to the deep end of the race here, the emotional fatigue that is taking place, balancing that with the excitement of actually getting to the finish here, and in a day hence there, getting all those emotions to go in the right direction.
Yeah, it is a very emotional point. The more tired you get, the lower your limits are. You still have to get through all of this nicely. You still have to control the race, everything. So it's definitely not easy at all. And I just wanted to quickly follow up on what we're talking about with the braking pads. Yes. Because you can ask the question, well, if the metallic one wear out less, why wouldn't you ride them all the time? Well, from a rider point of view, the feeling of the braking point is just much more nicer with the softer ones. But the downside is they wear out quite quickly. So in conditions like this, it's a good idea to have the metallic ones.
it's always
inside
better to have brake pads that work than
Yep.
not. And certainly the feeling of modulation, the travel of the pad, and just the control that you have over braking is so much better with the resin pads. But of course, they have to work. That's the key thing. And your equipment and the riders in the past and the campaigners who've been doing this for a long time all say the same thing. It has to work.
It really, that's so important. And if you opted for the resin ones today, well, you might see yourself getting into trouble having worn them out maybe midway throughout the race. And then you would know, first of all, how to swap them. You would need to carry extra ones and you would lose a lot of time. So definitely.
Stefan, are you still with us? Stefan, are you with us?
Yes.
We can see you looking very closely at the bikes there, just taking an assessment. What are you noticing? Anything?
No, just everything is covered in red dirt. Nothing special.
Okay, just seeing how it all looks. You might say you're looking dashing as you are covered in that lovely red tone of colour.
Stefan, so I'm having a keen eye for equipment. He's going to hear some more from him. I apologize, Stefan. Continue. We interrupted you.
No, all good. I think the mechanics won't be too happy because they have probably put in a night shift, get everything clean, pull the parts, get bikes apart, and clean everything for tomorrow's stage.
Stefan, tell us, what kind of an overhaul will a bike receive after a day like today?
Pretty much a build-up from zero. So it's we take everything apart, probably new bearings, at least check all the bearings, check drivetrains, any damages, like probably a new chain, cassette, brake pads anyway. So they'll have a brand spanking new bike tomorrow.
Privilege of being part. Thanks, Stefan. With the men's race there, the privilege of being part of a professional team, and that's what goes with it. That's why the best athletes in the world get the best equipment, and they bring their best game here, the A game. Here is the women's race, just entering the Python climb. 91 Songo Specialized on the front. This could be a critical phase in today's race, and the women's race, as Faces CST have been dictating the pace for much of the day, now sit behind Laura Stigger and Sina Fry.
Yeah, and when we last checked in with the women's racing, we saw a critical point for the Team 91 Songo Specialized. Because of all the mud in their faces, we saw that Laura Stigger had to deal with her contact lens. It was not quite in the right position. So the question is, does she have vision now?
Clear vision. Now, that little look at the split times at 48 kilometres tells us that Faces CST are virtually in second place on the road, on the course right now, because they started the day a minute and 21 down, and now it's over 2.5 minutes, the gap to, there it is, confirmation of that, to Salusmed of Robin de Groot and Ariane Luthi, who've battled over the last couple of days, and Faces CST have got stronger and more confident, and they're looking in good position now to take second place.
In a very bad position, in fact, for Salusmed, because there is still some way to go in the stage. They are more or less not quite. Well, we just looking at the leaderboard, that's one thing, but they have to finish the stage, and Team Salusmed are alone right now. They're having to chase alone. They're having to rely on each other, and it looked like from the pictures we saw that Robin de Groot was struggling. Ariane Luthi was leading them, so they're relying on Luthi to set the pace, whereas this group up front, these 4 riders and 2 teams, they can cooperate, they can help each other, and just certainly on the flat sections they can take it in turns at the front in the draft, save some energy, and they will be going just that extra bit faster, perhaps 1 kilometre, 2 kilometres an hour faster than the chasing team. So all to play for Team Salusmed. They've really got to limit their losses today. We're back with the men.
Yeah, they're 2.5 minutes back on the day, and chasing into that Python climb as the leading women are there. So the men are flowing down this Land Rover Technical Terrain. True grit it is, rough and loose, but quite tacky as well today because of the rain.
Yeah, we'll see the surface change quite a lot, or especially the feeling of the surface. It was very wet from the beginning on, meaning lots of water and sand and mud just spraying onto the riders and the bikes, and now it's starting to dry up and the surface gets more tacky. Will that also mean, that the mud on the bikes get more tacky and accumulating much more? So we'll see if more mechanicals are to happen.
And again, what we've just heard from Stefan, and we hear from Annika about the service that these top professional riders get. And further back, there'll be riders who are riding this event on their own without the backup support, well, the teams anyway. They'll have the bike wash, and some of them will have to head off to one of the bike shops around that are situated around the village, the race village, and get the parts and ask them to repair whatever's needed and keep it going, keep it rolling. And these bikes are incredible. I mean, we as mountain bikers, we punish our bikes every day, and the next morning they get up and say, let's go again, and we jump on and ride.
Yeah, the evolution of equipment just in my 10 years of racing is mind-blowing. Like all the big brands, Shimano, SRAM, they constantly push and develop, going from 3 chain rings at the front to 2 to 1 to electronic gearing. It's crazy. Wheel sizes, everything just keeps growing and growing and getting better and better. And sometimes, I have this funny little thought in my head. Take a rider from the 2004 Absa Cape Epic. In that situation, the equipment that he was riding back then, a 26-inch hardtail with narrow handlebar, not electronic, no electronic shifting, and also rim brakes, not even disc brakes, and put him on the bikes that these guys are riding today. 29-inch, nice wide tires, full suspension bike, very light, dropper seat post, wide handlebar. I mean, what would this guy in 2004 think? How much of a blow to his mind would it be to be on a bike like that? Just a funny little thought.
Well, I had a brief insight into that speaking to Carl Platt, who won that first Absa Cape Epic with Manny Heymans, who's still riding. Unfortunately, Carl isn't, but Carl was presented with a beautiful book put together by the Absa Cape Epic and our colleague here, Neil Gardner, and there are images in there of Carl and Manny riding, and all the other riders riding that initial race. And Carl just looked, he said, look at those bikes. He couldn't believe that he'd been riding those bikes, and it got them through the Absa Cape Epic then.
Yeah, they were certainly robust, and they were made to be robust, but just the ability that those bikes had to manage the far more technical nature of the trails. And the Absa Cape Epic in 2004 was it was predominantly dust roads and farm roads, and relatively little technical terrain, and the evolution of the race has gone to a point where there is a large proportion, over a third of single track. We saw well over a third of single track the other day when we were watching the stage, and the riders really get to experience mountain biking at its best. And of course the equipment has to evolve. We've seen some highly technical sections of the trails, and with the bikes developing now disc brakes, they do have larger tires to help them roll over those obstacles, but one of the critical things is the bikes are slightly slacker to be able to handle those tricky sections. And we've even seen the advent of dropper posts, which we're really only ever seen on trail bikes, on gravity bikes, where riders would be able to put their centers of gravity further back. And now the technology has evolved so much that the component manufacturers are making dropper posts that are within a reasonable weight limit. So we've got traditional seat post would weigh 200 grams, say, for example, and the dropper posts are coming in well under 500 grams, so not that much of a weight penalty, and to sacrifice for ultimate control over the really tricky sections. We saw Sina Fry, she's running a dropper post, and certainly when we watched her in the Olympic Games, made full use of the ability to put her weight as far back on the bike as possible over those technical drop-offs.
True. But actually, the thing is, when you're a rider, especially a pro rider, riding your bike a lot, you kind of, mold and become a unit with your bike, no matter if it's a 26-inch hardtail bike back in 2004, or if it's a 20-inch 29-inch full suspension bike like the ones we have today, you kind of get used to the equipment that you have, and you grow with it, and then that actually makes you capable of riding the bike that you have, instead of, you know, thinking too much about what you don't have.
Yeah, I mean,
then the danger is, of course, when one of the riders starts to use hydration packs or drop a post, then of course that starts a domino effect of everyone else having to do the same thing.
Yeah, you often see this dynamic in bike racing, and in a relatively small world of mountain biking. The riders look a lot to each other and they think like, ooh, if this person is doing this, maybe I should too. You know, there's a little bit of dynamic, there's a little bit of FOMO going on. It's a thing that you often see, and sometimes it's the most important thing is listening to your gut, to your stomach, like what works for me. If you know something works for you, well, then stick with it.
Well, they're closing in on this beautiful wine estate at Duluth on the water point, flying through the Team Bulls and 91 Songo Specialized. No stopping at this station, thank you very much, except for Stefan Sam, who is our e-biker, rolls his bike in there. But yeah, he would have ridden 2007. He won his first Absa Cape Epic with Carl Platt, and yeah, that was when he probably would have been riding a 26er and more than likely a hardtail. And it has evolved. Here he is riding an e-bike at express speed, competently just staying with these riders and keeping an eye on proceedings. Splashing through the mud go the Bulls, who looking as though Stefan Sam on the front here. He's looking intent, he's looking strong. Martin Fry has dropped a little bit back behind Matt Beers, and Jordan Saru is further back. So this is, they've still got one big climb to come. Have they got it in them, the Bulls? Have they got something left in the tank to put a little surge in and try and escape the clutches of 91 Songo Specialized? That is the final chapter in this stage that is going to unfold fairly shortly.
We've used a lot of energy and so far on the stage, and whether or not time will tell whether or not they've used too much. If they've been pacing themselves well, they definitely spent a lot of energy trying to distance 91 Songo Specialized. That gap was neutralized, and we saw there the 91 Songo Specialized getting in between the two Bulls pairing. Perhaps just a little bit of an insurance policy if there is a big move from them, just keeping it under control, separating the teams there. We see one Bulls team, then 91 Songo Specialized, then another Bulls team. So it seems like they're all riding together. If there was a move planned by the Bulls, we would see the second team member going to the front and overtaking 91 Songo Specialized, clearly not letting any gaps go.
No, and speaking of energy management, we got a question from our viewers about how much would one eat and drink during a stage like this. And speaking from experience, in total I would probably drink something like 4 bottles of energy mix, and one bottle being 750 ml. If it's a really hot day, I would add on top of that, going through the water points, I would grab extra glasses of drinks. That was on the drinking side, and on the eating side, per hour of racing I would consume something between 2 or 3 gels, or the equivalent of that. I personally prefer to have some solid food as well, some bars, just to make it a little bit more interesting, because you need to trick your appetite to make it still exciting to eat.
Very important nutrition throughout the stage and pacing. And we have visuals right now of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz riding with the Trek Pirelli pairing. So Buff Scott and Trek Pirelli, these two teams are, Trek Pirelli is 3rd overall on GC, Buff Scott is 4th overall, so they have to cooperate because we've got the Bulls up the road with 91 Songo Specialized. Now, just to recap on what's happened in the race, Hans Becking had a rear flat and lost over 2 minutes on the trail, and Trek Pirelli were passed by Trek Pirelli after the Buff Scott team lost touch, and now they are cooperating. So Buff Scott are on the up. They have made up 30 seconds gap that they lost, so they're at 1:35, and they are going to spend some time with Trek Pirelli and try to help each other reduce that gap up to the front of the race, which is 91 Songo Specialized and Team Bulls.
It's the dynamic is ever changing in this Absa Cape Epic with that puncture suffered by Hunspecking, and it really affected the sharp end of the race, but it's changed the way they are approaching the day here. They've got Trek Pirelli, their closest rivals, right with them there, and they need to try and close them down, because there's the gap between the two is 2 minutes and 43. Third place Trek Pirelli back to fourth place Buff Scott, 2 minutes 43 on general classification. So that's the target for Becking and Diaz. Helicopter searching for the riders here in the single track. It's dense and thick, but some wonderful trails deep inside here alongside the river, and it does get tricky at times, but we've had some wonderful images bringing you the pictures from the trails. The helicopter's doing a great job, and it's great to hear from Stefan Sam on the bike. It's lovely to have Annika sitting alongside us here. Maybe get on the knee bike. You can do the job out on the trails as well.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? I have an e-bike at home. I'm lucky to still be supported by Specialized, and they have some really not nice bikes. Not that I'm biased, but then again, I might be. And I tell you, like, riding an e-bike is so much great fun. It really allows you to cover much more ground in a training ride, and the feeling. Everybody that I know that gets on an e-bike for the first time, the first response is just like, you know, laughing, because the feeling is just amazing. I mean, it feels like you have super legs, like really, and you can really throw the bike around. Because of the engine, the center of gravity of the bike is much lower, and it really allows for you to really throw the bike around the corners, especially also because often those bikes comes with more robust and big tires, so it really, yeah, it's fun. It's really great fun.
10 kilometers to go in the race as Team Bulls and 91 Songo Specialized on the front of the race at the moment. After shots were fired early on by Team Bulls, once the alarm went off in terms of Becking and Diaz's fate, they decided to put in a really strong surge, and for a while they distanced the race leaders in the yellow jerseys, and we looked at this and thought there's going to be high drama, but true to the yellow jerseys, to the quality of the riders, the Matt Beers and Jordan Saru, they dug in, they didn't panic, and they clawed their way back just before the big Python climb, and they reintegrated with this lead group. And Saru sitting second wheel there behind Simon Stiepjan, and then it's Martin Fry and Matthew Beers, who is cherishing every moment in the yellow jersey as a South African. He is absolutely loving it, and so he should, and I'm sure so is Jordan Saru. But on a home race, which race that is the preeminent mountain bike stage race in this country, Matt Beers is really proud of what he's doing now at the moment.
And he should be the last South African to win the Absa Cape Epic. The elite men category was Barry Stander in 2012. And in fact, Barry Stander was the first South African, so Matt Beers looks good to become the second South African ever to win the race. And some big weight on his shoulders from the local fans.
And Jordan Saru looks like being the first Frenchman to win the Absa Cape Epic. So it's all unfolding here as Team Bulls, the Germans, lead, or are in this lead group as well, as we head towards the last 8 kilometers of stage number 6 of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic. Plenty of work to do, though, still for these riders. Remember, they've had 6 grueling days in their legs, and there's no question that doesn't matter who you are, you will be feeling the effects of those days in your legs.
Just looking at the positioning of these two teams at the front, there doesn't seem to be that much urgency with the Bulls. Stiepjan has spent so much time on the front, and if they're going to make a move, going to make a selection on this climb, they will need to be doing it pretty soon. They will look back to see how Jordan Saru is faring along throughout the day. He was struggling earlier. It might have just been difficulty getting his engine going. It was a bit colder, conditions that we haven't seen so far at the race. But so far, no weakness shown by Jordan Saru right now. If the bulls need to make a move, they need to do it now.
They really do. They are slowly running out of time, and it can come down to a sprint finish, this finish. It's interesting, and also interesting how Jordan is just positioning himself in second position, really focused on not dropping back at all. The further to the front he can be, the better, and if he can be in second position and not in third or fourth, well, that's much more ideal. So we see a lot of focus from the team 91 Songo Specialized, who will for sure have everything pointed towards being in yellow when they cross the finish line tomorrow.
They're in the perfect race, these two, and the bulls really, it's always a lot harder to make a gap on the flats where there is the draft effect, and on the climbs there is less, of course, less of the draft effect with this lower speed. So the bulls need to make this one count, where it's all about power and form and firepower. And it looks like they are content with staying with 91 Songo Specialized right now. Thinking back to earlier when we saw the time checks, we saw that Trek Pirelli and Buff Scott were together at just around about a minute and a half back, and Buff Scott having closed down half a minute on the Bulls team and 91 Songo Specialized on the day. They still have a minute and a half to close, and at this point in the race that will be very difficult, but they are going to be collaborating with Trek Pirelli. And when we say collaborating, they are of course rivals, but sometimes in racing it's important that if there is a similar agenda and they have both teams have something to gain, they will be friends for a moment until of course they reach the end, because there are 3 spots on the podium for today's stage. They have the opportunity to stand on the podium today, so no doubt that very close to the finish, once they've passed the selective points, that they will suddenly go from essentially collaborators and friends to becoming rivals once again.
Well, unlike some road races, there are no bonus seconds to be earned at all. It's every second on the road is counted. There's nothing to be gained in terms of that from finishing on the podium. And this is fascinating in terms of the history of the Absa Cape Epic. These are the 2 preeminent teams involved. Well, between them, Team Bulls and Team Specialized have 9 Absa Cape Epic victories over the now 16 into its 17th year of the Absa Cape Epic, and here they are again. Team Bulls, Martin Fry and Steve John, and 91 Songo Specialized with Matt Beers of South Africa and Jordan Saru of France, who are the race leaders. And historically it's been we've seen many a battle between these 2 teams in different guises with different riders, but it's once again they are to the fore. First and second on GC, and first and second, or joint first if you like now, because they're sharing the work a little bit here in this lead group as they climb up towards the top of the final climb, and then they'll head down Golden Mile and towards the finish. And there's some district roads and open roads leading into the finish, which could well see the powerhouse that is Matt Beers come to the fore and drag his teammate Jordan Saru to the finish. Saru is perhaps not quite as fond of those flat open roads as Matt Beers is. 91 Songo Specialized won the prologue, finished 4th in series on stage 1, and then won the next stage in sensational fashion to consolidate their position in the yellow jersey. Since then, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, kept themselves all very much within reach. They lost 30 seconds on stage 3, but they have managed their efforts very, very well indeed.
And interesting here, we can see both Matt Beers and Jordan Saru are wearing their leaders' jerseys on top of their normal jerseys. So it is cold out there today. You want to layer up. You don't want to be freezing on a day like this.
The conditions have been very different. We had 35 degrees in Tulbach a couple of days ago, and here we are probably mid-teens, 13 to 15 degrees, and muddy. Thankfully no rain on the riders as they left. There was a little drizzle, but really the rain abated within 20 minutes of the start, which is really, really good for the riders. They've standing around waiting for the start in the rain can do all sorts of things to your mind. These gentlemen have very, very strong minds, and every rider in this field has that. The mental capacity to complete the Absa Cape Epic is phenomenal. Pushing boundaries and putting yourself into situations you never thought you'd be able to overcome, and yet you do so here.
And of course, just dealing with adversity is one of the key elements of the race, one of the key factors, because it's inevitable. No matter where you are in the field, you will experience some adversity. There will be some difficulties, whether it's physical, mechanical, or tactical. The most important thing is to be able to keep positive and look to the positive always. And easier said than done in the heat of battle and all the way out there on the remote trails of the Western Cape.
Yeah, and you can rest assured that every single rider will have an off day, a day where they feel just less good, and it's like having that experience and the self-confidence and the insight to know, okay, I might be suffering today, but tomorrow could be a completely different day. Just always look ahead, and yeah, anything good can happen in the future, even though you're feeling really bad just right now.
Yep, it can turn around very quickly as the riders climb through this forest. And you saw just briefly there on the images from the e-bike of how Matt Beers is having to get up and just little steps up, and it really is so punishing. But this is what these athletes train for and prepare for, and what the equipment is designed and built for. There again, out the saddle, just digging in to stay up pace. Stiepjan on the front, Saru, Fry and Beers. Finish is, we're estimating, probably 6 to 7 kilometers away for the leaders in stage number 6 of the Absa Cape Epic, day 7. And again, just a little dig to get over this hump. And there's open roads towards the end and in towards the finish in Wellington. Some farm tracks as well, and perhaps an opportunity there, if they all stay together now, to put the pressure on for 91 Songo Specialized. Not that necessarily they'll want to do that, because all they're really concerned about is getting safely home and defending that lead, which they've done so immaculately today, really, really efficiently. 6 minutes and 39 seconds. They're not going to lose too much of that. So they've done the job very, very impressively.
Also impressive has been Simon Stiepjan on the front really most of the day, and showing his physical abilities, and as really we could confidently say he is a true marathoner and a true stage racer, and being able to recover each day. And we saw him struggling in the with the really fast pace earlier in the race, and often just dangling off the back, and perhaps even being distanced. And we see Buffscott have actually shared the Trek Pirelli team, and clearly Jose Diaz is absolutely desperate to get back in touch with that leading group. It's going to be very hard for Buffscott, Hans Beking and Jose Diaz to get in touch, especially with the pace that Simon Stiepjan has been setting all day.
They've been dynamic through this race, the Buffscott pair. Difficulties, they were 10th on the prologue, and then they broke a chain on stage 3 and then stage 4, and they then came back and won, broke a chain stage 3, won stage 4 and 5, and now they've had problems with the puncture, but they're fighting their way back, looking to see if they can make it count here. This is the Golden Mile section, a beautiful flowing descent.
They've passed the major selective point in the race, and we would hate to say it's all downhill from here. It's always difficult to see those sharp rises from the overall profile, but it's clear that the major parts of the race, the major obstacles are over for the leading two teams out front. 91 Songo Specialized, led out by Simon Stiepjan of the Bulls.
And if you wanted to ride this trail in the best possible condition, I would suggest that this is probably the best, because it's a very sandy, loose, in dry conditions it can be fairly treacherous, some of those corners, as you can slide out, but it'll be bound by the rain overnight. And watch the sublime skills of these world-class riders fly down the trail.
The Absa Cape Epic featuring some of the most iconic trails in the region of the Western Cape, looking to Of course, the Absa Cape Epic is the pinnacle of the Epic series, and the Epic series is a collection of mountain bike races that showcase iconic trails in iconic regions. So fantastic to see some hand-cut trails here that many mountain biking, local mountain bike community do enjoy, and of course all international visitors will be watching these pictures, getting a little bit of FOMO, I think.
Yeah, there's an Epic Series event going on right now in Western Australia, the Cape to Cape, and the riders there may well get, well, there will be some riders who will get the opportunity to come and take part in this.
Indeed, it's a qualifier series, and not only do, obviously it's really good to qualify for an Absa Cape Epic entry, because they are in high demand, sold out in seconds, and just with that, while you're qualifying for the Absa Cape Epic, you can see some quite remarkable trails all around the world. You see Matt Beers on the back of this small group of 4 riders, 2 teams. Matt Beers just controlling affairs, just keeping an eye on his partner, Jordan Saru. Jordan Saru seems to have put his difficulties of today behind him, and as they dash down the trail. So leading them down this trail, Simon Steve-John, then Jordan Saru, and then Martin Fry and Matt Beers. Chasing on behind, we would guess at around about a minute and a half, would be Buff Scott, Jose Diaz, and Hans Becking, the resurgent pair in the race.
And just that little image there where we were on the back of Matt Beers, and then Stefan paused a fraction to whatever it might have been. Boom.
Yeah, you can see from the camera that Stefan was looking to the sides, and I know that he's very aware of not interfering with the race, and he does not know how far behind the chasers are behind them, and if there's anything that he does not want to be is in the way. So he was just checking, okay, nobody's coming, I can still stay here, because he did not want to interfere with the race or hinder a chasing team from catching up.
But you got an idea of how quickly the lead group were just able to disappear down the trail. If you do have an issue, they are flying at such high speed, and they're off that Golden Mile now and down onto the farm roads and the vineyards, and bulls are flying once again. Simon Steve-John on the front here, and Jordan Saru is in his wake, and his partner Martin Fry, Steve-John's partner Martin Fry, is there, and Jordan Saru is keeping himself right in the wheels of Simon Steve-John here. He's using an opportunity to take on a little bit of liquid at high speed.
But it's interesting how Martin Fry is not getting back to the wheel of his teammate, how he's happy with lying in third. It shows that they are not as aggressive as I might thought they would be. Interesting team dynamics going on here.
We were speculating about how this stage might finish, and we may well see a sprint finish here with 91 Songo Specialized and Team Bulls. There's Steve-John looking over his shoulder, and you'll see the yellow jersey of Jordan Saru, and not his partner Martin Fry, who senses sort of trying maybe to get there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. But it really does look like that Simon Steve-John at the front is just feeling so good today, and he's capable of pulling this little group all the way to the finish line. And sometimes you do see some interesting dynamics. For example, there's a lot of camaraderie going on in the field, and if, for example, a team like 91 Songo Specialized feel like, okay, we were literally just sitting on your wheel the entire day of the Bulls teams, you know, sometimes you will see, if they came down to a sprint finish, that they would just be a little bit like, okay, we're not going to go full gas towards the finish line because this is kind of a thank you for pulling us all the way to the finish line. Could be, it's not unusual to see that, but it could also be that they're all going to sprint out flat out to the finish line. We'll see. You just mentioned the camaraderie, and there was a moment Martin Fry just wobbled a little, and Matt Beers, he was drifting, and Matt Beers gave him a little push and got him back onto the trail. So they're looking after each other there, and it comes down to a sprint, and it'll be interesting to see how it unfolds. It will. It will.
Yeah. Stage win is something, and I sort of feel that Jordan Saru and Matt Beers haven't won a stage since stage 2, and they might want to just say, we're in the yellow jerseys, we want to have another stage win here, just to make sure that you all know who are the preeminent team here. Beers, as I said, a proud South African and loving every moment in the leader's jersey. Would love to win a stage here again. He's there we go, cleaning out the drivetrain as much as he can.
Yeah, by now when it starts to dry up a little bit, you'll have so much sand and mud in your drivetrain, and you do not want to, have the chain all of a sudden getting stuck, and with the risk of your rear derailleur being pulled into your wheel.
Inside the last 5 kilometres, Stefan Sam is back with us. Stefan, wonderful to watch you riding down the Golden Mile section there. Just your thoughts on how you see the stage finishing. What's going to happen at the finish here? Stefan, are you with us?
Oh, yeah, now I can hear you.
Ah, good.
Yeah. I think, everyone's preparing for a sprint finish. So Matt Beers just cleaning his cassette and a 10-tooth sprocket for a big sprint with his water bottle. But he's smiling. So.
Looking over their shoulder there, just Matt looking over, and you saw Jordan Saru looking over. Any idea how close Hans Becking and Jose Diaz are?
Yeah, they were actually pushing very hard together. They are with Jack Pirelli and Bob Scott are together now, pushing hard through the single track. Not sure if they can make it to the front yet, close to the finish, but probably on the flat sections they are super strong and make up some time.
Well,
the pace is not incredibly high now.
We can tell you that Becking and Diaz are on their own, away from the Trek Pirelli team, and are pushing really hard. They look intent on trying to get into this this group here, but also, of course, to put time into Trek Pirelli.
Yes, of course. I followed them on the flat sections yesterday for the stage win, and it was crazy fast speed. I couldn't even keep up, really. So there are two powerhouses.
Well, the race is on behind, the race is on up front. A sprint finish, a straight-up sprint finish here for 91 Songo Specialized and Team Bulls. I know where you feel you would want the race to end, Stefan, but realistically, who's got the legs here? Who's going to win a sprint finish here? Who do you think?
Oh, this is going to be exciting because Team Bulls spent the whole day in the front, always pushing to gain as much time. So I'm not sure if there's a lot of energy left in the tanks, especially for Simon. I mean, he's a strong sprinter, but with that effort today, not sure. It's more like a 50-50.
Sitting on the fence is our man out on the bike there.
Certainly very diplomatic and probably not wanting to influence the racing as well, because he knows that there is a chance that the riders, even though it's a fever pitch racing, there is a chance that the riders might hear. Certainly Matt Beers seemed to be within earshot. He was smiling. But what an incredible moment where we can have a conversation with, say, world unprecedented, where thanks to the technology of today and the technology on the e-bikes, we are able to converse two-way conversation with the guys on the ground.
Well, it does happen in other sports, and we have seen it in like cricket, that some of the players can be mic'd up and you can have a conversation with them whilst the game is going on with the players. So that begs the next question.
When do we get a chance to talk to the riders?
Oh my God! If I were in a race, deep into the red and then had to express what I was busy doing, I don't know.
Unlikely.
I feel like it's better to have someone like Stefan Sam's, like kind of observing everything on the e-bike. Yes.
It could be risky as well. 2 kilometers. As Simon Stipjan is motoring. He really is. He's been phenomenal over the last few days. And this was a man who was swinging off 3 kilometers, beg your pardon, swinging off the back of the group on days 2 and 3. And he is now dictating the pace of this lead group for Team Bulls, and in his wake, 91 Songo Specialized.
In the terrain now, we see on the overall, the profile, we see there's a slight blip coming up, and maybe an opportunity, just a little kicker up an opportunity for a final attack, a final dash effort from any one of these two teams. And also remember that we've got Buffscott chasing absolutely full gas behind them. And as these two teams gear up for a sprint, there will be a little bit of cat and mouse, a little bit of a slowdown, waiting for a move from either one of them, and that will play into the advantage of Team Buffscott, who will be applying pressure full gas all the way to the line to try and reduce their time check. So let's see exactly what happens tactically between these two teams. It may be up to Simon Steepjohn. He may elect just to keep the pressure on, because he knows that there's a bigger picture at play. There's an overall GC battle going on right now, and the Bulls may then sacrifice their chances of a stage win just to keep that advantage.
Another thought, yeah, there's no question that Becking and Diaz are driving hard. Last image we saw of Team Buffscott and then the chasing Trek Pirelli, it didn't look more than perhaps 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds at the most between those two as they chase. But Becking on this sort of terrain could be ferocious, as we've heard. 2 kilometres to go. I think that sign said there. That is the main road that heads out towards Bainskloof Pass, just looming up ahead. People have parked their cars to get a glimpse at the best riders in the world here as they make their way towards the finish of what has been a highly enthralling and entertaining stage 6 of the Absa Cape Epic.
And interesting, we see, so the finish of today's and yesterday's stage is the same. Which means all the riders would know the run into the finish line. There would be no surprises when it comes to the route of the course. They would know every corner having done it today. So that's one factor taken out of the equation.
Absolutely. Now, for the first time, almost since the early part of the day, it's Fry and Steepjohn, and maybe Fry is going to do that old tactic of disappearing up the road.
Like, it's certainly getting into position. There's a definite reshuffle now, and won't go unnoticed by Matt Beers, who is keeping an eye on affairs. It's always a good place to observe affairs, especially in a small group like this. Easy to observe affairs from behind. And the other thing is that they have not, we're not sure if they've ridden this finish. If they would have looked at the finish before, they won't know exactly what the trails look like a few hundred meters to the end. So important to stay in position, but in a small group like this, a sprint finish is a lot easier to manage in terms of positioning, and time is taken. Let's remember, the time is always taken from the second rider of a team to cross the line. So whoever is in position right now is certainly at the front, is always the best position to go into any sprint through the last corner is in the front, and then the battle will be between the two second riders.
Just in terms of with the conversation we had a little earlier, Annika, in terms of contesting the sprint here, would the two yellow jersey men have had a conversation and said, we're going for this?
No, yeah, just as you said. Jordan and Matt are now getting on the same page, so whatever their tactics is, if they want to kind of slow back a little bit and say, okay, our goal is the overall, it's not necessarily today's stage, or and let the Bulls kind of as a recognition of their hard work they've put in, like, okay, thank you, you did a lot of hard work, we were basically just on your wheel the entire day, we're not going to go for the sprint. Or will they go for the sprint? Now we saw they had a little bit of discussion, meaning that no matter what the decision will be, they agree on it. They have the same plan, Matt and Jordan.
Fry on the front, Steepjohn following him, but just giving Fry bike and a half length ahead, and perhaps just trying maybe to open, let that gap open a little. Fry may fly the coupe very shortly, because we're getting around the dam, and the finish is just, well, perhaps inside a kilometre now, as the top two teams in the general classification standings and on stage 6 heading for home after a very, very hard, rough and muddy stage. And they've delivered great drama, and Fry will look now and know that the finish is just there, because they can see the camper vans and they can see the race village, and Martin Fry trying to get away here, but it's not easy in these muddy conditions, slipping and sliding. Simon Steepjohn there, who's bent double as he digs in to try and get away. 91 Songo Specialized, the race leaders, massing behind them, but they're staying in contention here. Matt Beers moving to the wheel of Simon Steve-Jan. Jordan Saru on the right-hand side. He's going to attack from one side, trying to find space on the inside. The rope is close there. Steve-Jan draws alongside Martin Fry. Jordan Saru and Matt Beers are going to let this one go, or are they not? Saru digging deep, but Steve-Jan is going to go ahead, and the Bulls are going to take the win here. It's certainly been contested. The Bulls will take their first stage win of the race. Simon Steve-Jan and Martin Fry win stage 6, ahead by a couple of seconds, not even, of Jordan Saru and Matt Beers, the overall race leaders. Hard-earned and richly deserved to Simon Steve-Jan and Martin Fry. The Team Bulls take their first stage win for this combination, their second of the race as an overall team, and well worked and well ridden by Fry and Steve-Jan.
You could just see that Simon Steve-Jan had been thinking of this victory all day, in fact all week. It's their first stage win ever at the Absa Cape Epic. Steve-Jan has done 7 Absa Cape Epics, so clearly a fantastic moment for the young German, and certainly deserved. He did all the work today. Perhaps if you were to do a calculation of how much time he spent on the front of the field, and certainly when Buff Scott had their mechanical, it's hardly as if Simon Steve-Jan left the front of the race.
It'll be a very popular win because he's a man who knows these parts. He's very familiar here and very friendly, as Hans Becking and Jose Diaz complete their stage in 3rd place, having had a mechanical earlier in the day.
We'll just wait for those official results. It looks like it's around about a minute or so that Buff Scott have lost, so they have made up almost an entire minute on the front group. Fantastic chase done by Buff Scott. Hugely powerful riding from Jose Diaz and Hans Becking.
Well, they had to dig so deep today. The Dutch national marathon champion alongside the bronze medalist from the Marathon World Championships a couple of weeks ago, Jose Diaz, the Portuguese rider, and they've done a fantastic job here to get us escape from Trek Pirelli, who are their closest rivals on general classification, ahead of them, and in 3rd place on general classification. So the clock is ticking all the time on that.
Well, that's why they would have tried as hard as they could to drop Trek Pirelli, making the call not to cooperate, thinking to themselves that they would be better off rather distancing Trek Pirelli on that selective section of the terrain. And job done certainly for Buff Scott. They have saved the day. A mechanical can prove disastrous in a stage, and losing 1 minute to the best teams in the world on the road right now is it's nothing to be ashamed of. They've done their job perfectly.
They have. And just looking back, that could be Trek Pirelli coming in now, but we'll wait to confirm that, perhaps not. Let's go down to the finish and hear from the stage winners.
Down on the finish with a little bit of rain coming down. Simon, Martin, congratulations. Your first stage win at the Absa Cape Epic. How are the emotions?
Unbelievable. I have no words. I want to say thank you to the whole team, everybody who's staying behind us, and especially to Martin, who was a really strong fighter today, and yeah, super happy about it.
Martin, how was it this morning? You weren't feeling as strong, but you came in there at the end giving it all.
No, actually I felt quite good this morning compared to yesterday, and I knew that the conditions would suit us quite well. I mean, it was super tough for everybody on the bike, on the body, but in the end I think it was an advantage for us.
And tell us about the fact that Team Buff Scott had the mechanical. Did you change your race tactics after you saw that?
I mean, it was like I had the feeling that Specialized is struggling a little bit, so we wanted to keep the pressure high, and in that situation they had the flat tire, so I feel sorry for them. But we had to go. We tried. I think we also had a little gap, but we were strong today, but the Specialized were equal, so yeah, they kind of deserve to wear the yellow jersey too. Yeah.
Congratulations, well done, and go get cleaned up. We'll leave you to relax. Congratulations.
Martin Fry, Simon Steve-Jan there. Interesting thoughts from the emotion. I mean, it's wonderful. Simon's a lovely man, and he loves coming out here. This is a bit of a home for him, a home from home in Wellington, so it'll mean a great deal to him, this stage win.
Yeah, and what a ride from them today.
Yeah.
Like, they were so strong. Clearly a well-deserved win. They absolutely gave it everything, dictating the pace at the front, taking initiative, and it all paid off. They were rewarded with a stage win, and amazing to watch. And also amazing to watch and see how much it means for these guys. It's definitely, this race is no walk in the park, and if you can take a stage win, that's huge.
So what we have seen, Anneke, is briefly the Hans Becky and Jose Diaz and Trek Pirelli are in as well. Things that might have changed on general classification in that standing at this stage. Neil, you can
well, looking at the winners of the day, the Bulls won today's stage in 3 hours and 27 seconds, and Buff Scott saving the day really after a potential disaster, 1 minute behind the Bulls leading time. And looking back to Trek Pirelli were 2 minutes and 54 seconds back, so losing almost 2 minutes to Buff Scott on the road. Having really struggled in the latter half of the race. So looking at these are the unofficial results, of course, in the GC. We're waiting for the full official results, but Trek Pirelli still hold on to the third spot, but looks like just 45 seconds or so.
47 seconds, I think, yeah.
The arithmetic now, but certainly well under a minute difference between Buff Scott mountain biking and Trek Pirelli, and we can see pretty much from the last 3 days which the stronger team is on the trails at the moment, and we'd have to look to Buff Scott to predict the podium. Buff Scott look very good for third overall with 1 stage to go.
Let's hear from the Buff Scott team.
Team, tell me about the mechanical, what happened down there, and how you managed to bring it all back so quickly.
Wow, so quickly. I don't know. No, in the beginning I suffered a puncture in the front, so I had to stop and fix that. And that moment the bull started to put some pressure, and that already we shoot 1 arrow there. And then we went on the attack like we should have done, and finally we had the 2 good teams with us, so the one in the middle was good. And then we had a nail in the rear tire, and I had to stop to fix it, and that took some time. And then I luckily had a really strong Jose with me, and the last climb, I was on the limit, but yeah, we want the podium in overall, so we went on attack again, and even too close in the leader, so close was a surprise for us, because it was a tough day out there, but yeah, we made the best out of it, I think.
Yes, we try to close the gap and up a little bit the gap. We want to finish in the podium overall, and we work all days for this and push so hard for this, and 1 more day left, and we see what's happened tomorrow.
Good luck. We'll see you out on the podiums tomorrow. Holding thumbs for that.
Revelations from the trail. A fantastic news, or a fantastic ride by the Becking and Diaz combination, because they got another puncture.
Overcoming 2 mechanicals and only losing, how much did he lose? 1 minute on the stage. That's impressive, and I can promise you, we will see fireworks from them tomorrow. Like managing to pull back that much time today. Wow, that's impressive, and only sitting in fourth with 45 seconds to third place. We will see fireworks tomorrow, I promise you.
Going to be amazing. Becking and Diaz, they clearly are so strong at this phase of the race, because 2 mechanicals, yet they lose just a minute to the leaders.
Well, dare we say that the Buff Scott team are the strongest team in the race right now. And however, because of their mechanical woes early on in the week, they are 14 minutes and 38 seconds down on general classification. So 91 Songo Specialized Elites jerseys look safe. They have got a very good buffer. But looking at Trek Pirelli, that third spot is tenuous right now, and going into the final stage, and there's still all to play for on the overall general classification podium. And we've seen, certainly from the road, we've seen the Tour de France. The Absa Cape Epic is known as the Tour de France of mountain biking, but the Tour de France, actual Tour de France in road, sees the final stage more of as a kind of a procession into the Champs-Élysées. But the Champs-Élysées mountain biking at the Val de Vie estate will not see such an easy procession going down. There's all to play for, and we expect to see absolute fireworks. Anneke, you referred to the fireworks. It will be absolute mayhem on the trails in terms of the racing tomorrow, as Buff Scott try to get that third spot overall.
And here we're back with the women's racing. We see the familiar faces of 91 Songo Specialized and Faces CST. At this point, together in the race, I think the third team there could be a men's team. So it's still very close, still very much together, and as I predicted, we see Faces CST really coming into form towards the end of this stage race. And could this be the day where we would see them take their first stage win?
Yeah, they're going to have to hang in there over the last climb of the day, which is quite often where Tina Fry and Laura Stigger managed to just open up even more if they have already got a lead, or at least escape the clutches of the second team. So it's going to be a big ride from Mariska Strauss and Candice Dill to try and take a stage win here, and most importantly, or also importantly, to move themselves up the general classification standings, which I think they've already done virtually on the road, getting ahead of Team Salusmed on the general classification.
Morale must be at an all-time low with Team Salusmed. They're seasoned stage racers. They know that they have to keep their morale up, but it's becoming more and more difficult to stay optimistic about their overall GC hopes, and especially with the way they're going today.
As we see them passing through the border point, meaning we will be able to get the time splits relatively soon. The interesting thing is, like, how far is the gap from these 4 riders to Team Salusmed? Yeah.
That's the key. That's the big question, which we'll only be able to answer perhaps in 2 or 3 minutes, because when last we checked, they were almost 3 minutes adrift, if not more. So Salusmed are going to be under real pressure here. Robin de Groot admitted that she had a really hard day yesterday, and that Ariane Luthi had really shown her qualities as a teammate by just staying with her, nursing her through the day, and being completely, as any good teammate will be, accepting of all the trials and tribulations that go with having a tough day, because it can be you the next day, it can be your partner the following day. So you've just got to be open to everything.
And that's really where experience comes into play, and by now these riders have suffered a lot of stages together, so the teamwork has only grown stronger and has been more perfectioned throughout the stage, and it is really key, especially now. It's always key to have good teamwork, but especially now where it can change so much from day to day, who feels better and who feels less well on that day.
Sunshine on the finish line at the CPUT campus in Wellington, which will be a welcome sight for the riders as they roll in here. It won't be much consolation to the bulk of the field, who are still perhaps halfway through this tough stage, which is measured at around 82 kilometers today. A few slight alterations made to the route for safety reasons, for both the riders and emergency personnel who might have to get in to help riders. So the route not quite as it was originally laid out at 90 kilometers, but still a significant challenge for every single rider in this field. It really is a brutally tough day for every single one of them. The speed with which they're flying up these I'd say gentle inclines, but they're a drag, and here comes Vergara and Ruiz, the second of the Buff Scott teams, and behind them looks like the Bulls team, yeah, Urs Huber and Simon Schneller. Well, they've had a tough week, a tough last couple of days, Schneller and Huber, particularly Schneller, who suffered from the stomach bug that has afflicted 1 or 2 riders during the event, and has seen Martin Stosek withdraw from the race due to that illness, and Carl Platt as well. As Pyga Eurosteel roll home, and a good day for Arne de Toy and Keegan Bontekoning of the insect science team, who've hung with the leaders in the Absa African jersey, and that's what it does to these riders. Keegan Bontekoning, young under 23, is absolutely toast after a really hard day on the trails.
Insect Science Pro and Insect Science Pro and Pyga Eurosteel coming in together in 6th and 7th on the day. So only 7 teams have finished today's stage.
That's a good ride by the South African combination. Their best day yet for Insect Science. As the riders roll into Wellington at the end of stage 6 of the Absa Cape Epic. This is the grand finale stage taking shape here at Valdevie Estate. It's almost as if we've got a light over this field, because it's been in sunshine throughout the morning, whilst the mountains in the background have been under cloud. But this is where they'll be rolling in tomorrow on the final day of the race that measures all. Let's go down to the finish line and hear from the yellow jersey team.
Philip, Peter, tell me about those conditions out there.
Yeah, the conditions were brutal. Yeah, we were quite motivated early on, but yeah, I think this was my off day. Yeah, my legs just didn't have it in them, so hopefully, yeah, tomorrow will be a different story.
Talk about that sprint at the finish there. I saw you looking back the whole time.
Yeah, it was yeah, always fun to have a sprint. It wasn't actually worth anything, but yeah, dicing is always fun. So yeah, yeah, the sprint was against Keegan and Arno, and yeah, great friends, and yeah, I just love sprinting against them.
It looked like you were having lots of fun. Plans and tactics for tomorrow?
Yeah, we first have to get today's recovery in. Then, yeah, we just need to get ourselves motivated for tomorrow and try again.
Well, we'll leave you to catch your breath, get changed for the podium presentation in just a little bit. There we have it from Team Pygo Eurosteel.
Well, the Absa Africa jersey is bringing out the best in the South African combinations. Insect Science Pro, their best result thus far. On Du Toit, multiple former South African champion, former marathon champion, and young Keegan Bontekoning, who's making his way on the circuit as a cross country but more marathon racer. Peter Du Toit, Philip Bass of Pygo Eurosteel still lead that category. And Computer Mania mountain bike have just crossed the finish line. The 20-year-old Daniel van der Walt and Johan van Sail have put together another superb day, finishing 8th today. And we just caught a glimpse there of Trainer Road, Rousseau Becker and Robert Hobson making their way towards the finish as well. Also inside the top 20, which is what their ambitions, aims and ambitions were ahead of the Absa Cape Epic. It's highly competitive. This is the most competitive mountain bike stage race in the world, the Absa Cape Epic. All the best riders in the world take aim at this race every year. So the South Africans want to measure themselves against the international competition. And thus far, they're doing exceptionally well. Some very, very fine performances so far by the South African and African combinations here.
Fantastic performance by all the athletes. Certainly, we've seen some great performances from the South Africans, and not least of whom is in what we have South African in the race lead right now, Matt Beers, and performing at the very highest level of the sport.
That's Johan van Sail and Daniel van der Walt from Computer Mania. Yep, they are also using the hydration backpacks. See them through the race, and they've got stronger and stronger. They're cross-country races predominantly, but only at school a couple of years ago. What about this from our drone pilot, who is one of the best in the country at what he does, which is race drones, but he's bringing us these images, and they are quite exceptional, as we saw the riders going up Python through his lens. And now we're right up close. Although you hear the helicopter blades, this is not a helicopter image. It is definitely our drone.
A great view of those trails. And we spoke about FOMO, and certainly as any mountain biker watching these images will really wish they were out on these trails today, and they can. The trails are open to the public by a permit, and come and explore this fantastic region, and regarded by many as some of the best trails in the world. And Annika has ridden here and ridden all over the world, can account for just how much fun the trails of the Wellington region are.
Yeah, they're really good fun, and so much work has been put into these trails, and I can assure you all the riders are really appreciative of that.
Just some news out on, if we're still watching the women's racing, we have some time checks, and Facer CST 91 Songo Specialized are 8 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of Team Salismed.
Puts him in second on general classification as we head back to the finish line, and Team Type Dev Nano Times, Wessel Buerter and his partner Tristan Nokia there.
Matt, Jordan, tell me about that sprint near the finish.
Yeah, we'd see if we got the opportunity to do it, but the buff guys were defending pretty hard and putting it into the into the tape. But we kind of thought, you know, if the opportunity arises and we get a good gap, then into the sprint, then we'll go for it. But if not, it's not the end of the world.
Jordan, it looked like you were struggling a bit in the beginning. How did you manage to turn that all around?
Yeah, I turned my brain off and I pushed as much as I can. Really hard stage. It's almost done and I'm really exhausted, but yeah, it's amazing what we are living with Matt, and still in yellow, and one more day to go, so pretty happy.
With one more day to go, considering your lead time, what is the plan for tomorrow? Conservative race or something completely different?
We just do what we've been doing every day, and it's not over until it's over, so we really need to focus tomorrow, and actually it's probably the most important stage tomorrow, to not lose any laps or become content with the lead. We just race our hearts out, and hopefully that's enough.
Yes, for sure. It's really important to be focused until the finish line, and after we could enjoy it, but yeah, it's a bit stressful. But yeah, at the same time, it's so exciting to be in yellow, and let's go for another one.
Well, holding thumbs, good luck. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As you've no doubt ascertained, that wasn't Wesselboer and Tristan Nook here, but it was a Type Deb Nano time rider, Matt Beers, the South African marathon champion, alongside his partner Jordan Saru, the race leaders, of course, for 91 Songo Specialized. Stage 1 by Martin Fry and Simon Stiepjan. 8 years in the making, or 7.5 if you like, for Simon Stiepjan. He's finally won a stage at the Absa Cape Epic alongside Martin Fry in 3 hours 27:15. Richly deserved, as they won the sprint ahead of Jordan Saru and Matt Beers of 91 Songo Specialized, the overall leaders. Hans Becking and Jose Diaz put in the ride of the day in many respects, 1 minute and 2 seconds down, having picked up a front wheel puncture early on and then a nail in his back wheel a little later for Hans Becking. They still managed to put in time to Samuel Poro and Fabian Rabenstein of Trek Pirelli. Not enough to take the overall third place yet, but that could unfold tomorrow. Colombo and Zanotti 5th today. Detroit and Bontekoning. What a ride by the Insect Science Pro pair as they finished ahead of Detroit and Base, the Absa African leaders. Sun cream day today it is, it seems. One of our crew putting the sun cream on because the sun's out here. Just one of the quotes of the week so far. Turned my brain off and pushed as hard as I can. Jordan Saru today, as he just switched modes.
Yeah, and you can see it worked for him.
Yep.
Like whenever we go through those really tough patches, you kind of need to emotionally move yourself. Disconnect. Yeah, remove yourself from it and just focus on the task ahead, because everything can turn in a second, and it did. He started feeling better, and yeah, they ended up in a sprint finish. Very exciting.
Meanwhile, we could have that here with the women's race. Faces CST, Songo, 91 Songo Specialized, all together at the sharp end, and this could come down to either the final climb or a sprint finish. Key in that stat, bottom right, is Team Salusmed. Ariane Luthi and Robin de Groot are now leaking huge time and out of general classification in terms of second place. But bearing in mind, much can happen between now and the end still. But that's the virtual leaderboard, so it puts Faces CST into second place overall right now if the race would have stopped now. Quite a ride by Candace Still and Mariska Strass. Have really worked hard together. They've had a tough first 4 days. Mariska had a number of falls, but they recovered each time, and now they're in the mix for a stage win and certainly in the position for second place.
Yeah, and it's quite impressive how they really found their rhythm throughout the race and managed to recover, just overcoming all that trouble and issues at the beginning of the race. Not an ideal start at all to the race, but they managed well, and now you can see they just go stronger and stronger and more smooth, and carrying so much more momentum here towards the end of the race.
We're at the point they're at right now, more or less 12 kilometers from the finish, and very much all to play for Faces CST. They have a chance at a stage win, so they want to stay in touch with the leaders, the overall leaders, and the riders at the front, the 91 Songo Specialized.
On the final time, that team behind will be a men's team, and these riders winding their way now in perhaps the best conditions they've had at any stage today. The trails will be drying out nicely for the latter part of the day if these conditions continue, which is going to be fantastic for the back end of the field to be able to ride these trails in almost, I would say, optimal condition, because they'll be nice and tacky and firm, nicely ridden in, and they can really enjoy these trails. Meanwhile, these riders, so Sina Fry and Laura Stigger, have not lost a stage yet. They won't be looking to blot that copybook, I would think, today. They just seem to be wanting to win every stage, and so they should be as the race leaders.
Yeah, definitely taking initiative here again towards the end of the race, as we've seen them been doing that every single day. It's a tactic that works really well for them, and now it looks like they're executing once again. But the thing is, they have team faces, CST, literally following every single move that they do. So yeah, we'll see how this one unfolds. It could come down to a very exciting sprint finish.
So Mariska and Candice have much more experience in marathon stage racing. Between them, they've got 8 Absa Cape Epic, so there's plenty of nous and kilometres in those legs in terms of getting into the deep end of a race. So perhaps we're seeing Laura Stigger and Sina Fry just feel the effects of the previous 6 days, 7 days, and this is going to be a test for them at the end of this stage, if they can maintain it and push for that victory. That, I'm sure, aiming at a clean sweep of victories. It's been done before, and so they are looking to perhaps do that, but they're going to have to work hard today.
They certainly will. They got challenged by Faces CST, and looking at yesterday, the general classification after yesterday, that was stage 5. We're now into stage 6, but after stage 5, the GC sees 91 Songo Specialized 28 minutes and 51 seconds ahead of Team Salismed. Of course, now we know from the time checks, Salismed are way back down the road, and all but relinquished that second spot on GC overall, which puts Faces CST up into second place. Now they have a 30-minute and 12-second deficit to 91 Songo Specialized, so no threat to the overall from Faces CST if you're looking at it from 91 Songo Specialized point of view. So they might be able to afford a little bit of an easier day for them.
Our podium presentation for the men's elite race today. And what a day this pair have had. What a race they're having. Team Buff's got Jose Diaz and Hans Becking, the Dutch national champion, looking as strong as ever. Jordan Saru and Matt Beers. Saru had a dark phase in the first half of the race, dug in, and they came home in second place, ending up in second place in a sprint. And Simon Stipjan absolutely delighted, and so he should. It's been a long time in coming. He's been on the podium, but never on the top step until today in Wellington, alongside Martin Fry. Stage winners, Team Bulls 2. Martin Fry and Simon Stipjan.
You can see just how much it means to Stipjan. He's ridden 7 Absa Cape Epics, his first stage win, and in the past, firstly in the early part of his career, he was very much the support team, the backup team to Urs Huber and to Carl Platt, and now having the opportunity to see his name in lights for himself.
Yeah,
fantastic
wonderful
performance from those two. Spent so much time at the front, and all credit also due to the Buff Scott team, who had 2 mechanicals, 2 punctures in fact on the day, and only having lost a minute, showing that they are arguably the strongest team in the race.
Well, just by way of illustrating that, they broke a chain on stage 3, they were 8 minutes and 29 back there, and on the prologue they were 2:44 down. It's not their skill set. So yeah. In yellow, Jordan Saru and Matt Beers. Once again, for 91 Songo Specialized, they took the jersey on that prologue on Table Mountain, and they have yet to relinquish it. And they consolidated that position by finishing together pretty much with Bulls today, their closest rivals, and they'll go into the final day as the race leaders. And there's apparent the new champions, perhaps. Wait and see tomorrow.
Well, they certainly have ambitions, and it looked like they were sprinting for the stage as well. They might not have been as fierce as they would have been in perhaps earlier stages of the race, but they certainly gave the bulls a good go for it. And the Absa African jersey wearers, no change there. Philip Base and Peter Troy just consolidating that lead. It has been close up until now, and just keeping in control of those red jerseys.
Yeah, their closest rivals, Type Dev Nanotime, have yet to finish, which suggests they may have had a problem as well. So that category is now, I think, being blown apart, because although they didn't win today's stage, Pagi, you're still Insect Science won the stage. Insect Science are some way off the overall in terms of the Absa African jersey. Race Village at Wellington, the riders' accommodation, many of them in those red tents, beautifully laid out and spaced out, and some of them in the camper vans on the far side. And many were offered the opportunity of sleeping in drier conditions in the various school hostels around Wellington last night due to the heavy rain that fell over the Boerland last night, and it did really pound down over this part of the world. But they've survived that and thrived today as Eric Haynes and Barend Berger go through. Eric in his first journey on the Absa Cape Epic, Barend in his first. Eric is another of our young talents at just 21, riding for Demicon Varsity College. And that is Type Dev Nanotime coming up the road there. This is Team Orbea. It is our characters from Spain. And the Orbea factory team of Ibon Zugasti and Oliver Gilabert have just rolled home to the great delight of our Spanish fans around the world, because they have developed a great following here at the Absa Cape Epic. Ibon, at the age of 49, is still very much in the thick of things as a racer.
Well, to be finishing in the top 10 of any top 15, in fact, they were 15th on the day in the Absa Cape Epic, a great achievement for the 49-year-old and a very popular Orbea factory team. Ibon Zugasti, a popular figure around the world of mountain biking. Exuberant pair. Great to hear their input from the race interviews afterwards.
A lot of these teams will have their own crews following them, their video crews documenting their journeys around the Absa Cape Epic, and already he's got the crew and laughing there and smiling. He's well, he follows in a strong tradition of Spanish characters at this event as Type Dev Nanotime come through. They clearly have had an issue today. Lachlan Morton, we heard from him at the start of the day, and Kenneth Karai, his Kenyan partner, was to have ridden with Alex Howes, who broke a finger a couple of weeks before the trip. So Kenneth Karai came down from Kenya to take part, and as we heard at the start of the day, this has given him a taste and appetite for having a dip at the Absa African jersey at some stage. Meanwhile, this is the orange jersey. The race leaders, Sina Fry and Laura Stigger, heading towards the finish of the Absa Cape Epic stage number 6 here in Wellington.
Can't help but just be marvel at the trails that they're riding in as they plunge down this descent, and very much in control, Laura Stigger. So we had some doubts as to whether she'd be able to continue at full power, and from the we saw that she was struggling with a contact lens earlier, but it looks like everything is well with the 91 Songo Specialized team.
This is the Golden Mile descent. And they're just loving it.
But interesting to see here. Normally, this time of in a stage, we would see Sina and Laura pulling away ever so slowly at the front, but this is not the case. Faces CST really covering every single move, and this is a new situation. We haven't seen this before.
Yeah, it's a dynamic we haven't seen, and it speaks of possibly two things, or a combination of both. There's the fatigue that perhaps Sina Fry and Laura Stigger are feeling now as they head into uncharted territory, and the strength that Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss are finding, not only from their experience, but also from knowing that they are now moving right up on the general classification into second place ahead of Team Salusmed. They might not know it on the bike right now, but they'll have a fairly good idea that they've put a lot of time into Team Salusmed, Ariane Luthi and Robert de Groot.
What a morale boost for them. First of all, they've got the morale boost of putting time into Team Salusmed, but also they sense the opportunity, and that boost that they would get from the opportunity that they have of a possible stage win will give them extra motivation to stay in touch with the leaders, 91 Songo Specialized. So no doubt that the pace will be set by 91 Songo Specialized right now. We saw pace being set earlier by Team Faces CST, but right now they're leaving it up to the race leaders to keep the speed rolling, keep it high, and they're lying in wait, hoping for an opportunity to jump them at the finish and take the stage.
You've seen it. I mean, it's a tricky, dangerous tactic, tricky situation for Candice and Mariska here, because we have seen during the week how with this finish line in the distance, not too far away, Sina and Laura really open the gas and go for home.
Yeah, but you can see just the body language is very different from what we've seen all week long. This is much more calm, much more relaxed, much more riding a little bit more conservatively and thinking about, you know, they really want to win this overall race, and there's still one day to go tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll see how this unfolds. Could it be a sprint finish, or, yeah, what will happen?
Well, the South African girls would love to have a dash winning a stage here in the sprint finish, I'm sure. Right, let's pop back to the finish and hear from Team Orbea.
Team Orbea, tell me how it went out there today.
Yesterday, not a good race for us, because I wake up with the cojones.
The word of the day?
Tiger cojones. Tiger X. Up and cold. I take me the temperature and 34.
Wow.
But today, 35.3, hot, and cojones of Pelican. Pelican X.
Pelican X.
Pelican X.
Yeah, I want to learn some other Spanish words that has got something to do with cycling. So teach me a cycling Spanish word, please, not just about big cojones.
Venga, hoy das tus relevos que te auto la etapa.
No, la etapa de hoy, mucho barro, frío al principio, después se ha aclarado un poco el tiempo y la verdad que dura, pero muy, 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 muy bonita.
You're going to have to translate that to me.
No, he speak with the stage for today, and he say the stage is very, very nice, but very, very hard, because the start, the rain, the mud, and the single track, very, very hard climbs. But I think this stage better than yesterday, because yesterday the climbs are so long, and today push, 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 single track, push, push. And Olivia MotoGP, wow, he's guarantee for me, and I'm very happy with him because he saved me very, very well.
Well, it's the team with the big kahunas. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Well done on today. Congrats, and have a good ride tomorrow.
Thank you, Cape Epic. Thank you, South Africa. Thank you, all cyclists.
Me voy a lanzar yo. Thank you very much, people.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yvonne and Olivia from Team Orbea. Meanwhile, this is our women's race, and it's Laura Stigger and Sina Fry from 91 Songo Specialized, and alongside them the South African pair of Faces CST, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, who puts her white helmet at the front of the race now to try and dictate matters as they close in on the finish at CPUT's Wellington campus.
Good that Mariska spent some time at the front. That will keep the politics at bay. Sometimes when there is a bit of a stalemate when it comes to working at the front, that there's a little bit of a lull in the pace. And knowing that Faces CST have a lot to gain from this stage and the advantage over Team Salusmed, Mariska Strauss just keeping the pace high, keeping it going and rolling over. Not necessarily at the breakneck speed, the white hot racing we've seen in the past, but important to keep the momentum so that firstly, so they can make their contribution, they can contribute to the pace, but also so that just so the racing keeps going. And the last thing they want is any politics in this group right now. They want to have cohesion completely. Even though they are rival teams, they will cooperate together.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the level of fatigue that these riders are experiencing right now is hard to describe. We saw, I think it was Candice Lill just having a little bit of a dab in some sandy section around a corner, and ever so slightly just falling off the back a little bit, and just tells you that everything at this point is 10 times harder than it was on day one. Like the focus, like keeping going, and it's so hard to explain how hard it is, because it is very hard. Ooh, and here we see the move from Laura Stigger and Sina Fry, not waiting for anyone. Now we see the familiar tactics of going hard and trying to go for the win. The thing is, they had the same run-in to the finish line as they had yesterday, so they would know all the corners and the weaving way of the trail.
It might have just sensed, Candice was a little bit slow out of that corner, a little bit of a gap, go to the front, put a bit of pressure on, and now the tension is winding up, is ratcheting up now as they hunt the stage win here. It faces CST of South Africa. You can see on the climb now, Strauss up the saddle, Stigger bent over, and oopsie. Now there's a mistake.
Yes, and you can see, this is what I'm talking about, the fatigue setting in. So there was a clear sign indicating you need to go this way, where you saw faces CST go. But when you're racing there and you're cross-eyed, and you, like Laura, she had to deal with some sort of issue with her eye contact lens. Everything is just so much more difficult. Definitely not easy. Now they have to pay a huge price for that little mistake there. So the question is, will they manage to get back, or is it a deciding point right now?
Well, we saw the sensors were heightened with just a little bit of a move there on the front by Sina Fry and Laura Stigger, and Candice Lill, who was off the back, maybe leaving a couple of gaps. Her body language completely changed when she realized that this could be the moment, this could be the decisive factor, and just going the right way, as opposed to the Specialized team just taking a wrong turn there. Just very small slight error, creating a bit of a gap and having to burn just maybe half a match, not one complete full match. But it definitely puts the pressure on, and we are very much aware of what's going to happen at the end. There's going to be no gift to the finish here. It will be a sprint finish.
For sure.
There are going to be no concessions made by either of these two teams.
You can see they will be going flat out, all of them, to try to go for the stage win. And now Sina and Laura having to just work a little bit extra hard and burning some matches just before the finish line. That's not ideal. That's not how you want to enter a sprint.
Well, that's the first brief little chink in the armor of a 91 Songo Specialized we've seen this entire week. They've barely put a foot wrong at any stage that we have seen. We do know that Sina had a fall, but that didn't impact them at all. And seemingly, and now just a little bit of fatigue, bit of the focus slightly distracted, and a mistake like that. They're back on, and we're coming down surely to a sprint finish here at the CPUT's campus.
It's virtually impossible to give 150% focus on the race at all times, and it's really all about when you drop your guard and how, and there is a mistake that happens during that time. Needs to be rectified and corrected very quickly, and all is not lost for all back together again for 91 Songo Specialized. No problems there, but we do see the team up front. That is the team in the red jerseys. That's the Absa African Leaders jerseys, the all-African team of Faces CST. Candice Lill on the front, Mariska Strauss in second spot, and just behind, in close attendance, Sina Fry and Laura Stigger.
Opportunity here for the South African pair to take the stage win and break the stranglehold held by 91 Songo Specialized on stage winning, not necessarily on the general classification, because that they have a very, very firm grip on with over nearly half an hour over their closest rivals, these two. But they really would love to pick up a stage win here, no question about that, Lill and Strauss. And now they've got to be wary of Stigger and Fry. We've seen already one move from them. Now Strauss goes to the front.
Closely followed by Sina and Laura, so they're doing everything they can to position themselves nicely. there's a very tricky section coming up right now. We saw the flat section going in and out of the venue. It was so muddy, so much water, and you don't want to be stuck behind someone there because it's easy to slide out and your bike will be pushed in funny directions because of all the mud and the water. So positioning going into that section is absolutely key.
And you just saw when Candice slipped off there, Sina was not going to in any way allow her to drop back behind Mariska and stay with her. So Candice is dropped back to the back of that quartet. And it's Fry and Stigger in between Strauss at the front and Lil at the back.
All four of these races are cross-country races, so they do know the importance of positioning in the field and also towards the end of a race. And some serious aggression going on now with the pace. And we saw Sina Fry and Laura Stigger not giving an inch to Candice Lil, who is on the back. Not an ideal position. It will be the second rider of each team that gets the time gets taken. So if the South African pair want to win the stage, Candice Lil needs to get into position or into a better position so that she can enter that final shoot in the lead.
Well, the team flying past him as the Masters leaders, Craigie Ryan, Andrew Divinati, that's getting out the way, the Restonic pairs. This is the climax of the women's race now, under the bridge. The top four riders, two teams, Faces CST, 91 Songo Specialized, close in on the finish.
Yes, and we can expect some sort of selection being made in this almost like a cyclocross section of the course leading into the finish line. So muddy, so wet, and really you want to be well positioned there so you can be at the front. You really want to dictate the race from the front during that section.
And if they were to cross the line in this order, then 91 Songo Specialized would win the stage. It's the second rider across the line that counts. Mariska Strauss has got to be aware of that, where the positioning of Candice Lil, who sits at the back of this group at the moment, and Laura Stigger and Sina Fry between the two, as Strauss is keeping a really good tempo here. Here comes Sina Fry, making sure she knows she's right on her wheel.
It's so close together, they're not giving any other rider an inch, and keeping all close means that the move will need to be made by Candice Lil if she wants to see her name in lights and go for her next. She thought it wouldn't be her first stage win, but she needs to get back into position and to get a lot closer to Mariska Strauss right now. She's currently at the back.
And just riding like that, you sense she's looking for somewhere maybe that she can find a way.
Yes, and she will need to find her way around those riders in front of her, and more important, she needs to do it at the exact right time.
Right time, yeah.
Yeah, timing is everything, as we are about to witness very shortly.
Both the riders, both the South Africans have won stages before at different times. They haven't ridden together before. But no doubt wanting to add to those Palmares, another stage win at the Absa Cape Epic. Sina Fry and Laura Stigger having ridden this race. This is their first Absa Cape Epic. They've won more stages than the South Africans. So the pressure is not on them. The pressure is very much on the shoulders of the South African pair.
I think might have won one with Annie last, and Candice with Adelaide Morat, but this is an opportunity for the all-South African pair as they turn up the power there. A little bit of a gap back to Candice Lil, has to dig in and just regain contact with the wheel of Laura Stigger.
Yes, Candice really wants to move up very, very soon, because I'm not sure if these riders are aware of the muddy conditions just before the finish line, but it will be an important factor to this finish.
Absolutely, as they will come round. There's a really muddy section that Danica is referring to that you can get a little bit stuck in there, and if it's half a meter you lose, that could be the difference between winning or losing the stage.
It's absolutely on a knife edge right now. Need to pay very careful attention. Focus will be at 100% right now for both teams.
This is the dam. They'll come around, and then it'll open up a little bit, an opportunity perhaps arising here for Candice Lil. It's on the dual track here to jump over and maybe jump across, but then you've got that little puddle in the way, and that's what we're talking about. You've got to be so cognizant of what lies ahead. It was very muddy earlier on. It might not be quite as muddy now. But Candice Lill is the key to this sprint for all of these teams, really, because if Sina Fry and Laura Stigger stay where they are, they'll be fine. Here we go. This is this little sector here. Candice Lill again, just having to dig deep.
Now we'll see the line choices that the riders make.
And another little muddy section here. The line's starting to be fairly defined by the riders ahead of them and pass through here.
As they get closer, the rider on the front is Mariska Strauss, and the second place rider is Sina Fry. And Candice Lill will not look to just, all she has to do is beat the second 91 Songa Specialized rider, and really close to the finish now.
It's going to be so tight.
Mariska Strauss starting to open up. Sina Fry and then Laura Stigger. Candice Lill is the key here for the South African Faces CST team. They come into the finish. Strauss has got to go, but Lill has to go. She's not going to have the legs. It's going to be Sina Fry and Laura Stigger who's going to take another stage win and complete their, or continue their dominance of stage wins here. Second place for Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss. A brave effort, but I'm afraid at the end of it, Candice Lill just didn't have the legs to get past the stage winners and the dominant team in the race. But more importantly, they know they have moved into second place now on general classification. A quite phenomenal ride by this pair. They've matched the race leaders all the way to the finish for the first time this week.
Yeah, what a finish. What a finish. You can see all the riders here absolutely exhausted. It's hard to describe just how tough it is, and it is brutally tough, like extraordinarily tough. And great ride by the Faces CST. We have not seen them on this sort of form before in this race, matching the leaders all the way to the finish line.
You can see it was 100% effort from all four riders, absolutely on the limit. Great result for the South African pairing.
Absolutely fantastic. They've hung with the race leaders all the way through, and yeah, they're not. Yeah, they would have been delighted with the stage win, no question about that. But the smiles on their faces will tell you a story that is that they are delighted because they know they're going to be moving up on the general classification. And second place at the finish at Val de Vie Estate on the final day is going to be a very, very good achievement for this pair. Meanwhile, it's clugging down as much water as possible for Laura Stigger and Sina Fry. Another stage win for them. They keep their run going. They're still the dominant team here. They've won every stage so far.
Yeah, truly a big surprise. I wouldn't say surprise, but just the dominance they have. I knew that they were strong, Sina and Laura, going into this race, but being able to being so dominant every single day, and especially at this point in the race, like we're about to enter the very final stage, is very impressive for two such young riders, and in terms of stage racing, unexperienced.
Yeah, they've matched your achievement, albeit that you achieved it 4 times in winning 7 of the 8 stages, and so they are there and on the brink of perhaps winning 8 in a row. That has been achieved a couple of times, but this will be quite phenomenal by a brand new pair here at the Absa Cape Epic. But their competition was stiff today, that's for sure. And this is the 3rd team on the stage and now on general classification. Team Salusmed of Ariane Luthi and Robin de Groot. They've had a tough last couple of days, no question about that.
That's for sure. It's all about damage control from here. I'm not sure if they kind of know the gap to the teams ahead of them, but they know that they're definitely not in a good position, and it's very likely they're going to lose their 3rd place overall on the GC.
Yes, there's no question that the firepower has gone out of this combination. Luthi and de Groot 5th and 6th at the World Championships a couple of weeks ago in Italy, and they were both in prime form for that and at peak for that. You know, they're prepared for that, and then this a few weeks later, it's a demanding ask to peak for both at with so little time between the two. But there are all other factors that come into play as well in the Absa Cape Epic, because it's you've got to maintain strength mentally and physically as well as mechanically for 8 consecutive days to achieve here, and we've seen so far the 91 Songa Specialized team have got that all together. Robin just sending Ariane to the front there around the corner.
Yes, and we saw yesterday it was really Robin de Groot who had a tough time, really starting to feel it by now. So the question is, how is the team dynamics within the team today? Who is feeling it the most? And what can they do to still maintain that optimism and towards the final stage tomorrow?
They don't have too much threat from the fourth place team, so they will now be, it's confirmed now, in second place, because third place, because the time has elapsed, the 1 minute and 21, which was the gap between them and Paces CST at the start of the day. But Fairtree were in fourth place. They're well over an hour back, so there won't be a threat from the Fairtree combination of Jenny Stenach and Amy McDougall. Let's go down to the finish and Liesl, who's speaking to the couple of the top two women's teams.
Sina, Laura, tell me what went down in the race, because I saw Laura looking down at a few stages and then there was a bit of a mishap along the route.
Yeah, it was quite interesting and an adventurous stage. But first of all, Mariska and Candice were really, really strong today. They made us quite suffer today. But yeah, I lost my contact lens twice. I got the spare one. I had a spare one with me, and I had one again, and the last 10Ks again. And then I took the wrong turn because I didn't saw it. So yeah, but that's not a reason why it's so close today. But yeah, well done to the girls there. But we are quite happy with the win as well.
Well, congratulations. That sprint at the end, talk us through that, because you just came flying in there.
Yeah, like Mariska was super strong today. Like she put the good pace on, and like it was in the end just all out. And after 4.5 hours to sprint like all out, it's not easy, but we are super happy to take another stage win.
Well, congratulations on another stage win. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Laura Stigger and Sina Fry, stage winners and overall leaders of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic. Another fantastic stage win as the third place team, Robin de Groot and Ariane Luthi, make their way towards the finish for Team Salusmed, and they'll be there fairly shortly. Robin on the front here, just setting the pace for Ariane, who's ridden well the first couple of days. Robin looked very strong, and she looked on good form, but as we've seen over the last few days, and she has freely admitted it, and she's been incredibly honest and open about it, which is a wonderful thing, that she's not been the strength in this team and has depended on Ariane for the strength and the encouragement and the support and the understanding when this sort of thing happens.
Yeah, it's absolutely crucial to get through a week like this. Good vibe between you and your partner, because you are put under such enormous pressure that your limits go down, and you really need to keep that good feeling between you, and communication is key, and honesty is key.
Yep, you've got to be open with how you're feeling and how the emotions are feeling and how the legs are feeling and how you're mentally dealing with the issues, and a free, open communication line with your partner is the secret to a successful week. Be it that you might finish 298th, that might be a success for you, or you're finishing first, second or third. The communications have to be very, very clear and open, and that's what makes a great combination, which is clearly what you had. Even with new riders that you brought to the team, well, the first time obviously you won with Ariane the first time. Had you ridden together with her before?
So we did our very first Cape Epic together at the spring of 2014. We did do some sort of rehearsal stage race at the fall of 2013, and it was good to have that experience between you, because now looking back at what a type of partner I was at my very first stage race at the end of 2013, there were so many things that I wanted to change if I could turn back time. I was not a good partner. I did not know, I was not aware of team dynamics or anything. I was only used to riding on my own against everybody else, and all of a sudden having to be very careful about a teamwork, a team dynamics was new to me. But with all due respect, I would say that I learned that relatively quickly. Yeah, and now it's not something that I think too much about. It's kind of, I think my instinct when it comes to this type of racing is really good, and that's why I've been so successful the past many years.
A lot of instinct goes into this event, and the Grandmasters are home. Bart Brenchens and Peter Wessel in the purple jerseys as the Grandmasters leaders. Not sure if they've won the stage today. They haven't won all the stages, but they may well have won today.
Judging by the timing results, these are unofficial results. Yes, they did pass the line first. As we just saw them come in, they are first on the stage. And looking back at the water point, the time check, they were just under 2 minutes ahead of Barty Bucher and Hans Gerber. So a great day out for them.
So the Grandmasters competition has been very exciting.
Plenty of categories, of course, going through these fields. The Masters, the mixed, the Grandmasters, all very competitive. So it's on 4.5 hours since the start of today's sixth stage of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic, and this is the combination of Robin de Groot on the front, the multiple South African marathon champion, but not current at the moment, and behind her Ariane Luthi, a three-time winner of this event with our colleague here in the commentary box, Annika Langveld, and they are in third place at the moment. So Loose Med rolling into the finish. They are now third on general classification as well, because the second place team finishing today, Team Faces CST of Candice Hill and Mariska Strauss, have assumed that position, having closed the gap of 1:21 at the start of the day, and ridden out of their boots today. Really was a hugely impressive day.
And just going back to the time check at the last water point, Team Salismed were 8 minutes and 27 seconds down. So they have lost rather a lot of time today, and their second spot of overall GC definitely is now, they've slipped down to third.
Let's go to the finish line and hear from Mariska and Candice.
Candice, Mariska, wow, the team just seemed to be getting stronger and stronger each day. Tell me, was the plan to attack, to wait to this stage for that attack?
Don't think so. We've been riding how we feel each day, and today was just a good day. So super proud of us and how we raced and how we came back. So it's the epic, anything can happen, literally.
Tell me about that sprint finish.
That sprint finish was crazy. It was probably already decided, like a K out, because there was so much mud and stuff coming to the finish, you couldn't really overtake. Maybe if you had super strong legs, but I didn't. So I was at the back, and that's where I stayed.
And for tomorrow, what is the plan?
Race hard again. It is. You have to line up and see how the body acts in the morning, and push through and give everything you have.
Well, good luck and congrats on today.
Thank you so much.
Well, there's no question that Robin de Groot and Ariane Luthi have given all they have today in finishing third today. Another really good performance. Their third place. It's been an exhausting couple of days for them, and they've hanging in there and showing incredible strength and determination. They've lost their second place on the overall standings, but they are resolute and determined. Robin and Ariane, vastly experienced, and they know how to deal with this situation. It's the vicissitudes of mountain bike stage racing, highs and lows. You have to deal with both in the same manner.
Looking at the timing, we haven't got unofficial results, and Ariane Luthi and Robin de Groot have lost 12 minutes to Candice Hill and Mariska Strauss, and of course to 91 Songa Specialized, the two teams finishing together, 91 Songa Specialized and Faces CST. And Team Salismed have fallen down the overall GC leaderboard.
So we've had a dramatic day here at the 2021 Absa Cape Epic as the racing started from Wellington for a stage that was measuring at 82 kilometers and just around about 2,000 meters of climbing. A challenge it was as the riders set off from Wellington today. rolled away the UCI men, yellow jerseys of 91 Songo Specialized with a lead of 6 minutes and 39 over Team Bulls 2, Simon Steepjan and Martin Fry, with in third place Trek Pirelli 10 minutes and 54 back as they hit the trails that they would soon find out were very, very muddy indeed, because a deluge overnight had dumped a lot of rain over the Boerland area, and as a result the trails very wet indeed. They were to dry as the day progressed, but it would leave the riders very muddy indeed, and the bikes put to the test to the extreme. Type Dev Nano time earlier animators looking to try and put pressure on Paiga Eurosteel in the Absa African jersey. Type Dev Nano time 2 young South Africans, and Paiga Eurosteel, Philip Bass and his partner Peter de Tooy have held that jersey from the outset. But unfortunately for them, their day would not end particularly well. They did finish today, but it wouldn't be the day they were hoping for. Type Dev Nano time. Tacky conditions and the early climbs, and soon the race started to separate out, and the familiar faces would emerge at the front. Team Bulls, Team 91 Songo Specialized, Team Buff Scott, and also in there were the Team Trek Pirelli. There they go. Early climbs started to see the field thin out very quickly indeed.
Early selection was made at I think under the 20-kilometer mark. It's really the racing hit fever pitch, and everything strung out really dramatically. And so just have a look at the trail conditions that the riders had to contend with. Super slippery and very easy to put a foot wrong and lose valuable seconds. We can see here from Team Power Innovation.
As they left a long section of District Road, the road started to go uphill on the lower slopes of the Groenberg Mountain, and Team Bulls through Simon Steepjan and Martin Fry started to apply pressure. That's the sort of terrain they were having to deal with today. Lakes in some respects, having to ride through them.
Of course, the extra water on the trails really stripping the lubricants from the drivetrain, and all important to keep the bikes riding and running smoothly mechanically. And a bit of a regroup on the flat section of the road, giving riders a chance to take stock, who's in the group, who's not, and just to essentially in each rider's mind plan ahead as to what to do. So this was a critical point in the race where riders could look around and see who was present and correct, and to try to catch a glimpse of, to look into the eyes of their team, of their rivals, and to see where the opportunities lay throughout the day.
What a big group here that included Paiga Eurosteel, both Buff Scott teams, and BMC KTM were also present in this group as Team Bulls continued to drive the pace early on. The sun would emerge, and thankfully no rain the entire stage after the heavy rain overnight. And Beers now on the front for 91 Songo Specialized, and the group starting to fracture a little bit, the little groups forming behind it. And they headed onto the farm and jeep tracks and up into the mountains.
All important section in the race early on, when really the strong riders want to get to the front, because although there's not a lot to gain from a selection, what they can gain is thinning out the field, leaves it a lot less chaotic at the front. And we saw in the early parts of the stage, we saw Jordan Saru struggling with the pace set by Buff Scott. And Jordan Saru said in the interview that he had to switch off his brain and just to push as hard as he possibly could. And those gaps looking ominous for the leaders of overall general classification. 91 Songo Specialized, Matt Beers dropping back just to make sure, just to nurse his partner back into the group. And all credit to Jordan Saru for regaining contact.
Key there was Trek Pirelli lost contact with this group as well, which allowed Hans Becking and Jose Diaz to continue applying pressure in the hope that they would be able to gain back some of the 2 minutes and 43 or gain some of that time. But 2 minutes and 43 is easier said than done on a good day. When things don't go your way, it becomes even more difficult. And Becking and Diaz had a puncture, and that saw them lose time and put them on the back foot, and having to catch not only this group but also Trek Pirelli and fight their way back into contention for the place on the podium. Bulls, after the second water point, decided to have a real go after Becking and Diaz had dropped off, and they for a moment looked to distance the 91 Songo Specialized, almost for the first time in the entire race that we've seen them yo-yo dangerously off the back. But on the Python climb, they managed to regain contact near the top. This is the Bulls pair leading Matt Beers and Jordan Saru.
Jordan Saru really having to dig super deep just to get back on, and those efforts early on in the stage really paid off. Being able to stay in contact with the marauding Bulls at the moment. The Bulls are really on form. Simon Steepjohn spending a great deal of a huge proportion of the race on the front, with some help from his teammate Martin Fry, who is currently in picture right now on the front and making it all count. Both teams had a lot to gain from today, putting time into their rivals Trek Pirelli and of course the chasing Buff Scott team, who had a puncture, and Buff Scott collaborating in the chase group behind with Trek Pirelli.
They went through the Land Rover Technical Terrain smoothly, and then as the wind up to the finish came, they started to ready themselves for the final climb, which was up towards the Golden Mile. And then this is the beautiful Golden Mile section, a flowing piece of single track down some really firm terrain today. After the rain, can be very slick and slippery if not, but this was the run into the finish. The Bulls on the front with Jordan Saru and Matt Beers behind. Well, for Simon Steepjohn, who was second wheel there, now Martin Fry and Simon Steepjohn together, and Saru and Beers trying to work a way around them, but they couldn't in the end as they dug deep. And the first ever victory at the Absa Cape Epic in 8 events for Simon Steepjohn alongside Martin Fry. So a great sense of achievement for Team Bulls. Their team's second stage win. Bulls won a stage earlier in the week. Hans Becking and Jose Diaz had won the last 2 stages, third today after 2 punctures today. And they finished just over a minute behind. A phenomenal effort by arguably the strongest pair on the route. The women's group rolled away from Wellington, waving goodbye Ariane Luthi as they rolled into the cloud and mud that is stage 6 of the Absa Cape Epic. Laura Stigl, nice broad smile from her as she rolled away, clearly enjoying her time here.
Clearly enjoying it, and they found themselves in quite a comfortable lead at this point in the race. They have this stage today and tomorrow, and they have a half an hour on GEC. The open point in this race is actually the race for second and third between Team Faces CST and Team Salesmet, especially seeing Team Faces CST having such great momentum the last couple of days.
Yeah, at the start of the day, the 28-minute and 51-second lead for 91 Songo Specialized, but it was, as Annika has said, Salusmed, who were 1 minute and 21 ahead of this pair of Mariska Strauss and her partner Candice Lill. And there was the dynamic today. 91 Songo Specialized, barring accident or incident, are looking super strong as they have done all week. But that rider in picture now, Ariane Luthi and her partner just behind her there, Robert de Groot, would come under threat from the red jerseys, the Absa African jersey leaders, Faces CST, Candice Lill and Mariska Strauss, who got stronger and stronger through the week despite the trials and tribulations they've had.
Certainly have been on the upswing, and just the ability to come back from adversity in the stage when they finished second. They said that at one point in the race they were almost last in the women's field, and just putting behind them that disappointment and that feeling of desperation that a rider gets from really being on the back foot. They've turned it around, and thanks to great team dynamic and the ability to look at the positive side of things, has played in the South Africans' favour.
Computer Mania, Spaces CST, 91 Songo Specialized, Salusmed are in there, Fairtree are in there, Live La Pierre also in this group early on, and they were all together as they rolled through the early stages of the race, mindful firstly of what lay ahead, and secondly what they've gone through over the last week. And the longer you can keep riding as a group here, just preserves the legs and gives you a better chance of success later on in the day. But look at the huge lakes along the roads.
Mariska Strauss taking the initiative, just keeping the momentum going, keeping the group of front runners just rolling along, and waiting for the selective parts of the races, the steep climbs and the technical descents coming up that will suit the cross-country riders.
And we really heard at the finish line Laura from Team 91 Sango Specialized, acknowledging just how strong Mariska especially was today. So clearly they're coming into form, and it's looking good. It's looking to be an exciting stage tomorrow.
Absolutely. They left the district road and headed up into the mountains, and soon the group would start splintering as teams that would roll back off this group. First was Liv Lippier, then the Fair Tree pair of Stenhoek and McDougall. Computer Mania also starting to struggle a little, and a little bit later on it was Faces CST and 91 Songo Specialized, who got themselves a decent gap over Team Salusmed, and that was a key moment in the race, because from then on Faces CST knew that every pedal stroke would perhaps take them further away and closer to second on general classification, and I'm sure they were buoyed by that and inspired by the thought of moving to second and the possibility of winning a stage here and breaking the stranglehold 91 Songo Specialized have held over that facet of the race.
Different body language you're seeing from Mariska Strauss. She did crash almost pretty much every day in the first 4 days of the race, and putting that bad luck behind her, looks to be on good form.
And here we can see the two top teams at the very front, and you can see that Laura she's no longer wearing gloves, and there's a reason for that. So we're talking about mechanicals in this race, mostly on the bikes, but actually because of all the mud, Laura suffered a contact lens mechanical. She actually lost a contact lens, and impressively enough she managed to put in a fresh lens, because in her pocket she's not only carrying spares for fixing her bike, she's actually carrying extra contact lenses. And yeah, for good reason, because I know in the past she had that same issue, really muddy conditions, goes into the eyes, and she struggles with the contact lenses, but she managed to recover from that.
Phenomenal.
You know, haven't seen that before in world racing, where somebody is able to, in the white hot racing point of the event, managing to change a contact lens. Impressive stuff, and true professionalism from the 91 Songo Specialized team.
They all stayed together up the Python climb and out the other end, and they were building up towards an expected sprint finish, because 91 Songo Specialized tries that might weren't able to get a gap on Mariska Strauss and Candice Hill. And I think there's a very clear thought that 91 Songo Specialized are feeling the effects of some very hard racing. They have not held back at any stage, and they may not be the force they were at the start of the day, but of the race, but they've built up an enormous lead over the rest of the challengers here, and it's about defending that now, and they've done so very, very impressively. But today, for the first time in the race, they were taken to the line in the stage, and the team doing that was the all South African team of Mariska Strauss and Candice Hill, putting pressure on their hunt for a 6th consecutive stage win. And that was a key moment that saw Laura Stigger leading the ride, and perhaps the contact lens letting her down there. She took a slight wrong turn, had to regain her composure and ride back into the group, which they did handily. And this was the run to the line with Candice Hill, the key rider for the Faces CST team here, sitting on the back and unable to get past both Stigger and Fry. And as a result, that team crossed the line together to take the stage win. Despite the fact that Mariska Strauss crossed the line first, it's the wheel of the second rider across the line that counts. And so another stage win for 91 Songo Specialized. Salusmed rolled home in 3rd place today, which means that they slipped, but they lost a lot of time today in total to see them slip from 2nd place overall to 3rd place, with Faces CST now taking 2nd place.
body language says it all. Said it all. A tough day, very tough day.
And that's how the men's and the women's races unfolded here at stage 6 of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic. 2 days on the trails of Wellington have been absolutely outstanding. They delivered great racing and high drama, and I'm sure for all the riders a wonderful experience of riding some of the best trails anywhere in the world. They really have been fantastic. So as they head towards the finish, there are still hundreds of riders out on the trails making their way in, the amateur riders who commit so much time, effort and energy to completing the Absa Cape Epic, and they're getting one day closer to finishing the grand finale here at Val de Vie and being greeted as heroes as they roll in to the finish. That'll be a day hence, but meanwhile they've got to finish stage 6. Let's go down to the finish line and hear from a couple of the finishers.
Sophia, incredible riding today. What was the conditions like out there?
Oh my goodness, it was muddy, it was wet, it was slippery, and I loved it. I thought we were going to be walking a lot more, but it was a perfect day.
Now, you lost your partner on stage 1. Your partner's back in the US. You're the lonely leopard. What's it like out there?
You know, it's been really fun. Like I told you before, I started in J Corral for 2 stages, so I got to hang out with that people a lot, and now I'm a little bit in the faster group. So it's all about trying to have a good day, stay safe, and yeah, survive my first Cape Epic.
Well, you are surviving. You've got one more stage left. For your Spanish fans, do you have a message for them?
La verdad, gracias a todos que siempre me están alenteando. Los quiero mucho y bueno, un día más y ya terminamos.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Sophia, our only Argentine in the field, as Robin de Groot and Ariane Luti step up onto the third step on the podium for Team Salusmed. Faces CST second place, Candice Dill and Mariska Strauss. Top of the podium once again. They have not missed a beat. 7 days in a row they have won every single stage. 91 Songo Specialized. Sina Frey and Laura Stigger really are the dominant team this year at the Absa Cape Epic, and another superb ride today. They for the first time came out a bit of pressure, but coped admirably with that, won the stage, and we saw a slight wrong turn. That's the only thing we've seen them that's gone a little bit wrong for them the whole week.
Well, they showed some good tactical astuteness in the sprint finish, and definitely all teams in that group, the 2 teams were on high alert, and senses were heightened at the end, and they had the presence of mind to stay in a really good position and just keep Candice Dill at bay, just keep the pressure on, and resulting in their stage win, number 7.
It sees them consolidate their hold on those lovely zebra stripe orange jerseys. Frey and Stigger take the stage win, and really looking untouchable at this stage in terms of the overall. One more day to go, and it's not like the grand tours that we see on the road, that there's a ceasefire on the final day. There is racing all the way to the line, and all manner of things can still happen, as we know. The red jerseys of the Absa African race leaders, the all-African teams, and it is the second team on general classification now, Candice Dill and Mariska Strauss, who dance off and on and off the podium as they celebrate yet again the position they hold in the Absa jersey. So let's now go through the results of stage 6 as we bring down the curtain on our coverage, live coverage today from the 2021 Absa Cape Epic. The stage won by Martin Frey and Simon Stiepjan of Team Bulls. A significant moment for Simon Stiepjan in his 8th Absa Cape Epic. He's been a support rider for their race-winning teams over the years, but this year he's shone and he has won his first stage at the Absa Cape Epic. Jordan Saru and Matt Beers finished with them. 91 Songo Specialized in the yellow jersey, consolidating that hold on that jersey because Frey and Stiepjan are their closest rivals. Becking and Diaz riding out of their boots again. 2 mechanicals, 2 punctures for Becking, yet they still managed to finish in 3rd place. Porro and Ravensteiner, the team, they are threatening on the overall standings. Kaloma and Zanotti get stronger and stronger, improving again. BMC KTM, Detroit and Bontekuding, the first All-Africa team home today, ahead of Detroit and Base in a sprint finish. Van der Walt and Van Sale, they are getting so strong. The 20-year-olds for Computer Mania in 8th place, their best finish. Schneller and Uber in the 9th place today, losing 17 minutes. The balloon has burst for them, I'm afraid. A couple of days ago, Schneller suffering from illness, but they're hanging in there all the way through the race. Leroux and Tobangunya, 24th today. They lead the Exaro category. General classification, 6 minutes and 38 seconds is the gap that Saroon Beers have to defend on the final day of the Absa Cape Epic. Client Steve John will look to perhaps make a little bit of that back, but it's very unlikely with barring incident or accident. Poro and Ravensteiner, though, are under threat. There's no question about that. 47 seconds, the gap to Becking and Diaz behind them. They will be gunning. That is going to be a real focus on the final day. That surely will ignite the action and the racing. There's lots at stake. The race over the win on the final stage and the Champs-Élysées of mountain biking, it's what everyone wants to do. So that's at stake. And then, of course, a place on the podium. Uber and Schneller in 8th, hanging on to their top 10 position. Dutoy and Bontekoning now ahead of Nokia and Buertu, who lost 45 minutes today. Had a really, really tough day today. Type Dev Nano time, so they slip out of the second place on the Absa African jersey standings. Van der Walt and Van Sale 13th for the 20-year-olds. Computer Mania. Leroux and Tobangunya 24th in the Exaro category. The mountains now revealed as the clouds lift here above Wellington, and racing is continuing for all those categories. Make no mistake, there's some fierce battles going out on the trails right now. Earlier today, the women's race, well, at the sharp end, Fry and Stigger winning their 7th day in a row. They really have been quite simply the most superb team on the race. Lil Strauss finishing together with them in a sprint finish, and Luthi and de Groot 12 minutes and 9 seconds back. Hill and Losse in 4th, Stenach and McDougall of Fairtree, and then Morath and Rediker for Computer Mania 24 minutes down on the stage. General classification looks like this. A change there. Lil and Strauss now in 2nd place, having taken that from Luthi and de Groot, and they have a significant lead now in that position. And Stenach and McDougall in 4th place, Morath and Rediker 5th, and Hill and Losse a little bit off the back in 6th place. Stark and Stark continue. Engine Michael and Janine Schneider of Bicycle Garage Mix, 10 minutes and 32 behind Sebastian Laura Stark in the Virgin Active Mix, the Dimension Data Masters. Another win for Duvenaga and Uriah, but Lopez Raniero and Rojo Nieto taking 2nd place today for the first time ahead of Müller and Bachmann in the Dimension Data Masters. Nice racing there, very close indeed. And Brenchens and Bessels, 1 minute and 27 ahead of their closest rivals, Bucher and Kierber. But no sign yet of Manny Heymans and his partner Carsten Bresser, as Lindwenk and Kirk take 3rd place on the stage today. Stark and Stark with over an hour and 5 minutes advantage over this German pair with Uriah and Duvenaga, 1 minute and 10 ahead of Müller and Bachmann. And Bessel and Brenchens 4 minutes and 41. They've eked out seconds every day, so that should be enough for them to take the Grandmasters all the way to the finish at Val de Vie. Heymans and Bresser still on the podium, though, in 3rd place. There have been some changes here for sure. Dutoy and Base continue to lead the Absa African jersey, but now Marco Huber and Tristan De Lange moved into 2nd place with the troubles that have befallen the Type Dev Nanotime team today, who have dropped out of the top 3. Dutoy and Bontekoning sensed that opportunity, took it, won the stage today in this category, and are now in 3rd place. Leroux and Tobangunya 33 minutes and 11 seconds over the Exaro PWC 1 pair of Salala and Ndebele, and the FNB Change a Life Academy pair of Pewe and Ngidi. They have won a stage this week, but now in 3rd place on the Exaro standings. Lilian Strauss leading the Absa African women's jersey standings by a comfortable margin from Sarah Hill and her Namibian partner Vera Losa of Live Lapierre Racing. Stage 7, the grand finale of the Absa Cape Epic, heading away from Wellington, and the finish just outside Paarl at the beautiful Val de Vie estate once again is one that promises some extraordinary riding and some great racing as they make their way through farm track and some wonderful single track the closer they get to the area. But it's going to be a fast and furious day's racing, Annika.
Yeah, and you'll often see in these stage races that when we come to the final stage, a lot of the GC is already kind of settled, but in the men's race, it's not at all. I mean, it's going to be red hot firing tomorrow.
The Dimension Data hotspot is the top of the Haverquart climb, so that'll be a focal point early on, and the Bone Rattler descent coming down towards Val de Vie will be the Land Rover Technical Terrain on what is the final day of the 2021 Absa Cape Epic, the 17th edition of this incredible event.
And Gerald, you cited those two decisive points in the race, the Haverquart section and, of course, the Bone Rattler descent. Very important that the riders don't take too many risks and risk their possible position on GC.
And therein lies the beauty of this event. It is the race that challenges you on every single facet of your preparations, is that the final day is a racing day. No matter that you have a half an hour lead, no matter that you have a 6.5 minute lead, as 90 on Songo Specialized have, those things can come under threat.
Yeah, tomorrow you have to stay ever so focused, especially now. I mean, everybody is on their limit. The exhaustion, the fatigue, it's just brutal at this moment.
And there's the incentive of finishing what is the most prestigious mountain bike stage race in the world here at Val de Vie Estate, which is where we are here, and we'll be here tomorrow to bring you that drama and excitement of the racing as they head from Wellington to Val de Vie. It's been a big day here at the 2021 Absa Cape Epic with great drama, great racing in the mud and the rain, and it's delivered on every front. And there's still riders out there, so spare a thought for them. They get a long day, but they've got one more day left to ride into the finish here and be greeted like heroes. Neil Gardner, thanks for joining us once again. A great privilege to have Annika Langfeld, to Stefan Sam out there, Thomas Deitch, Isla Stone, all our other commentators, Liesel Fadavestes at the finish. Thank you all, and thank you for joining us. We'll speak to you tomorrow from the final day of the Absa Cape Epic. Down in Marlow.